Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Mayor Stewart. Oh, and I am. Sorry. There we go. Trying to make sure I manage Zoom as well as the in-person, and we're going to be echoing everywhere. And first and foremost, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance with Vice Mayor Marks. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And first thing we'll be doing is doing a presentation for Vice Mayor Marks. She has been so wonderful to serve as the Vice Mayor for this whole year. And for those of you who don't know, not only does she step into a meeting if I'm not available, but she also attends so many other events in the community and represents the entire council. So thank you so much for your service. And I have, of course, a proclamation certificate for you, certificate of appreciation. And just simply says, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council and the citizens of San Luis Obispo, do hereby express grateful appreciation for your service.
Thank you. I just would like to thank you very much and say it has been a pleasure to serve as Vice Mayor. You were so diligent and hardworking. I didn't have to substitute for you that much, but it's really good to have the support, and it was a pleasure, so thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, do you have your report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Happy to be here tonight for our last regular scheduled meeting for 2023. We do have a special meeting scheduled for tomorrow, but happy to be part of tonight's regular business. And so first off, I'm going to kick off we've had some successful efforts. I want to recognize a lot of the hard work by our Economic Development and Public Works team following on the decisive council action back on November 7th. 12 days of free parking is in full swing. Many visitors took advantage of the free structured parking in the downtown over the Thanksgiving weekend, and we'll continue to have free structured parking on days every Sunday during December, Christmas Eve and day, and the day after as well on New Year's Day, Eve and day. Additionally, one free hour of all structure use is allowed, back to this, thanks to the recent council action. And folks also enjoyed free street and structured parking during the annual holiday parade this past Friday. And I think the community really showed up and had an incredible time. It was great to see all the floats, and thanks for the council and the mayor's support and participation, and for all the staff who worked hard to make sure the roads were closed in a safe manner. Last, I'll just as a reminder to the council that they took this action for free parking and structures on Sunday through 2025. So it will continue into the next year. There's been a couple of questions, and so we're happy to provide that support for the community. Along with the really successful launch of free parking, also want to just remind the community that the Buy Local Bonus program is back. As a reminder, this program rewards shoppers for buying locals or shopping locally. The gist is you spend $100 on gifts at local shops. You take your receipts into the SLO Chamber Visitor Center and get a $25 gift card to another local business. This is the 4th year that the city has offered this program, and want to thank the council for this added investment this last month, so it's bigger and better than ever. Since it was launched on Black Friday, the program has already rewarded over 1,300 shoppers and generated nearly $250,000 or $250,000 in local spending. That's a 30% increase in spending from the same period last year. And this year, the program features gift cards from 23 more businesses than last year through the business buy-in process. And so the local bonus program runs through December 24th, and it's available while supplies last. As more information about the program can be found at slowcity.org/buy local bonus. Then in January, just as a reminder, we'll switch gears to the Eat Local Bonus program starting on January 2nd. It's very similar to the Buy Local Bonus program. During the Eat Local Bonus period, diners were rewarded for spending $100 at local eateries with a $25 gift card at another local eatery. Eat Local Bonus will run January 2nd through the 31st, and again, while supplies last. And new this year, it will feature Slow Restaurant Week from January 12th through the 21st. And so thanks to Greg Herman and Molly Kano and all of the folks in our economic development team and our partners at the Chamber for getting that off the ground. December is also an exciting time to really showcase one of the gems of St. Louis Obispo and our downtown, the historic Jack House. And so everyone has the opportunity to experience the Jack House in the full holiday decor on the first 2 weekends of December. You can have a tour by the amazing Jack House docents and check out the full model train that kids can operate. And so we have upcoming opportunities on December 9th and 10th, Saturday from 5 to 8 and Sunday from 1 to 4. This is a free event and it's perfect for the whole family. No reservations are required. And for more information, you can check out slowcity.org/Jackhouse. Next, some other exciting events that are happening in St. Louis Obispo with our Parks and Recreation team, and we'll be joining our colleagues at the SLO County Friday Night Live in the annual Reindeer Run. And so it's an opportunity to dress up in your favorite holiday attire and celebrate the winter season with family and friends, and at a 5K fun run. This is a 3.1 mile in old money event that raises money for SLO County Friday Night Live, a youth development and wellness program that benefits young people across SLO County. The time for that is, again, Saturday, December 9th from 9 to 11:30 a.m. at Mitchell Park. And for more information, please go to slowfnl.com, or you can register through Eventbrite. Next, I want to share just some information about the holiday trolley is back, and we're making some progress on securing additional bus drivers. This year, the Thursday night's Farmers Market trolley will continue the holiday trolley through December, servicing Upper Monterey and the downtown core. The trolley will run Thursdays from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and Friday and Saturday from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. The trolley will run through December 30th, and as a reminder, there's a 50-cent regular fare and 25-cent for senior and disabled. I also want to share with the council that we've begun some of our outreach as we've added additional staff to our code enforcement team, and we participated on November 28th in Cal Poly's off-campus housing and resource fair. The timing couldn't have been better since the city's new safe housing specialist began on November 13th, and we'll have an opportunity to introduce him at a future city council meeting. Staff had the ability to speak with dozens of current and prospective campus students, informing of their housing rights and responsibilities and the resources that are available through them, both locally and throughout the state. Next, shifting to some of our work in our capital improvement program, we continue to make substantial progress on the North Choro Greenway project. It currently stands at about 70% complete. Within the next few weeks, construction will begin on the installation of the retaining wall on the west side of Broad Street near Mission. The contractor is also continuing the beautification of Choro Street and Highway 101 underpass. And just want to point out that it will include both artwork and lighting. That's been a point of concern by the community. And the bike path behind the Ramona Shopping Center with the installation of irrigation, landscaping, and fencing. Some major items that will be coming up that are remaining are the roadway slurry sealing, the street striping and signage, and completion of improvements, again, under the Choro Underpass. And happy to provide details about the art fence, the accent lighting, and other ways that we're working to make sure that these protected bike medians in the roadway meet the community's expectations. We're still working towards completing this project by spring of 2024, and we'll have a ribbon cutting when that project is ready to be open. Next, I want to talk about pavement maintenance and mobility improvements. They're still continuing as part of our arterials paving project. I'll just remind the council and the community that over the last few years, we've really focused on some of the residential neighborhoods. And over the next few years, we're going to be focusing on some of our arterials. And so we're currently working on installing signage at various locations on the project and completing some of the pavement work on California and Mill. And then we'll move to culvert and sidewalk repairs on Monterey Street. Paving has been completed on the California Boulevard. You can see some of the pictures. And while paving workmanship and material compliance issues are being resolved on La Loma Court and Santa Barbara Avenue, you may have seen some patches that have gone in as we went through and did some QA/QC work with our contractor, and these corrective work have met all the necessary contract requirements. For all of these projects, commuters should continue to expect and will experience some travel delays and lane shifts throughout the work zones, and project area maps to help clarify the work limits, as well as ongoing updates, can be found at the Slow in Motion website. And I'll just remind the community, if there's questions or public inquiries about the status of these or any other Slow in Motion projects, you can check in or email us by slowinmotion@slowcity.org, or by making a phone call at 805-783-7887, or visiting our website at slowcity.org/slowinmotion. Next, shifting gears, and this happens every 2 years in the communities across the country. We participate in support that's an effort that's led by the county to conduct a comprehensive count of individuals experiencing homeless in order to measure the prevalence of homelessness in each area or continuum of care. The U.S. Department of HUD, or Housing and Urban Development, dictates the point-in-time counts methodology and the timing to achieve the consistency. And so in 2022, the point-in-time count reflected 1,448 people experiencing homelessness countywide, with 80% of those individuals being unsheltered. And the 2024 point-in-time count will be held on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024, utilizing 6 to 10 logistics centers throughout the county. The county is looking for 200 to 300 volunteers to help count those individuals that are experiencing sheltered and unsheltered homelessness within our community. If you're interested in volunteering or would like to learn more about the opportunity, you can complete a volunteer interest form at the county's website. That's slowcounty.ca.gov/PIT-count.aspx. Or questions regarding the 2024 point-in-time count can be directed to the county project lead, Carrie Howell, at khowell@co.slo.ca.us. And so our team will be supporting the counties. They launched this effort and making sure they have an understanding of the prevalence or locations of encampments throughout the city. Next, I want to share with the City Council and the community that the upcoming 2024 Community Academy will be underway. And you may be asking yourself, well, what is the Community Academy? It's really a free 6-session interactive program that provides an excellent opportunity for the community to increase their knowledge of city government and its impact. Participants will meet with city council members, department heads, and staff through presentations and interactive sessions. Participants will learn how decisions are made, how funds are allocated, and how departments operate. Participants will be enrolled on a first come, first serve basis, and the city looks forward to having some engaged community members for this program, and you can subscribe to our e-notification for more information, and we'll be setting out information soon about how to sign up and apply for the program. And with that, Madam Mayor, that concludes my staff, or city manager report for this evening. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So much information as always. With the Eat Local program, I know with the Buy Local, obviously all the businesses are already bought in. Are there restaurants that can still sign up, or is that closed?
Great question. I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Greg Herman, who's attending to the details, to get that information to you.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Appreciate the question. So there's still time to sign up for that program. We actually have staff out speaking to restaurants right now. So they're going restaurant to restaurant, asking them to sign up. And so it's still perfectly appropriate for folks to be able to reach out. And we're happy to purchase those gift cards on their behalf. They can just email econdev@slowcity.org if they'd like to be able to get directly in touch with those staff.
Great. Thank you so much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you. Clarification about the Buy Local program, because I think I remember a few years ago, and maybe there's other confusion about, we have the Buy Local program and the Eat Local program. Buy Local program happens first, but I think you can also redeem receipts that are used at restaurants during the Buy Local program as well as the Eat Local program. Is that correct? If you spend $100 during the Buy Local month at a restaurant, you can still participate in that program as well.
It is for goods, and it is for goods with our downtown businesses. So it's not currently for services, it's for gift cards. So if you buy a gift card at a local restaurant, then that qualifies for it. Otherwise, we're looking to channel those purchases into our Eat Local bonus program.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense. And then I also just wanted to comment, I guess, I know there was some media coverage of the 12 days of free parking, and it talked about the Sundays in December being free, but we also, just to reiterate for the public, that Sundays are going to be free going forward as well.
That's Madam Mayor and Councilmember Schwartz, that's correct. Yeah, so part of the council's commitment to free Sundays was through 2025. And so all of 2024, 25 is when the council made that commitment.
Through June 30th, 2025, right?
That's my understanding, correct. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm thinking in fiscal years.
Thank you both. Councilmember Francis.
Thank you. Yeah, no questions. Just wanted to amplify the Community Academy. I was a former participant of the program, and it was an incredible experience. Any of you thinking about potentially applying, highly encourage it. The city put on a really fabulous program, and please apply.
Thank you. I was thinking that as I was looking at it. And I also just wanted to comment on the future lighting, city manager for the North Truro Greenway. I was at Cal Poly today, and there was a survey of over 1,700 students, about a 30% response. And that was one of the largest comments, was we need more lighting on and off campus. So it'll be great to have increased lighting. Thank you. Well, thank you for the city manager report, and now we move on to items not on the agenda. So if you have public comment for items that are not on the agenda, this is the time to make sure you get in a speaker slip to the city clerk. And city clerk, do you have any speakers?
Yes, we have 8, and I'm going to call 3 at a time. William Chaudhry, Janice Chambers, Dr. Nisha Abdul Cotter.
Thank you. Sorry, the sound wasn't on.
My name is William Jodry. I'm here again to talk about safety in San Luis Obispo, specifically about the 911 dispatch system here. A little history here. My son, Thomas Jodry, age 21, died September 14th, 2019 after a fall from the 3rd floor of the Marsh Street parking structure. Prior to that, he had been at the Frog and Peach Bar with an acquaintance named David Knight, who we know now is a felony convicted sex offender. While he was at the bar, David Knight bought him so many drinks that his blood alcohol was 0.38 in an hour's time. Additionally, we could see in the bar video Knight touching Tommy numerous times. He also switched drinks with him when his head was turned. When they left the bar, Tommy started running away from him. He ran across Higuera over across from Ross, was witnessed by a person who had been watching them when they left the bar. He fell, hit his head, and got knocked out. She called 911. The 911 dispatcher asked her a few questions and then said, "Is he a transient?" The lady answered yes, but he's got a brace on his arm. At that point, the 911 operator asked her to hold, and she dispatched a patrol car instead of an ambulance. So the patrol car was located on the corner of Santa Rosa and Foothill, so it took them a while to get downtown. And in the meantime, David and I caught up with Tommy and kept shaking him and walked him over to the sidewalk. When the patrol car did get there, they never got out of their vehicle. They just slowed down, looked around, did not see anything going on, didn't talk to anybody, and just drove off. This was an opportunity to save Tommy's life, okay? His blood alcohol was that close to alcohol poisoning. He's now got a head injury. And he was trying to get away from this sex offender who he kind of clued in was not being appropriate. Long story, okay? So the 911 operator chose to send a patrol car, an ambulance. Why is the 911 operator making a medical decision on a viewed head injury? This was seen and viewed, instead of letting the ambulance crew making that decision as to whether this person should go to a hospital or not. Is this a policy in San Luis Obispo with the dispatchers for medical emergencies to ask whether this person is a transient or not, and then make a decision as to whether they get an ambulance or not? It just seems to be wrong to me. My son's life could have been saved that night. He could have gotten the medical care he needed, plus he could have gotten help getting away from this sex offender. So I question whether, if this is a policy to ask that question, whether that policy should be reviewed. And if it's not a policy, why would this person have asked that question? Is this to save the ambulance company's money?
Thank you so much. I'm very sorry for your loss. Next.
Janice Chambers, Dr. Nisha Abdul Qadir, and then Dr. Raushti Kader.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Janice Chambers. I'm here for my grandchildren and help with housing. I'm here to try to get custody of 2 grandchildren now. My 5-year-old grandson who has autism, and a newborn that was born November 24th of this year. She's in ICU at Sierra Vista Hospital. They won't even let me see her unless my daughter is present, which my daughter is not dependable at this time. That's why my grandson was taken from me in my care. When they separated our rooms at Echo, CPS showed up, knocked on the door. They did not have a cop present. There was no paperwork, nothing handed to me. I didn't know much about this with the removal order or anything, and they removed him. He was safe, happy, clean. We were getting ready to go get a Christmas tree that day, a year ago, November 18th. When they showed up, this is the second holiday season without him. They've only allowed me 1 hour visitation a month. I begged, asked, and pleaded for more time with my grandson. They said the courts wouldn't allow it. They accused me of drugs. I went to drug and alcohol. I gave them the testing they wanted. I took all the foster parenting classes, which I've had foster care license in the past, and daycare. I've been a nanny for celebrities in LA and Pacific Palisades, where my daughter attended school. I've had jobs. I'm in between now, trying to go back to work with government-type jobs, 5-star industry, hotel, resorts, banking. I was assistant manager for Washington Mutual Bank in Los Angeles. I've interviewed recently with American Riviera Bank, trying to maybe work in the back office with them. And my biggest concern and the biggest thing I want in this world is to have my grandchildren, especially Damon, who's 5, and of course the baby too. My daughter, unfortunately, and I'm concerned with her, is in Paso Robles in the riverbeds with her boyfriend, the father of the baby. I guess the father of the baby. She's not doing well. I have mutual friends call me at all hours, very concerned with Jacqueline, my daughter who's 29. She's having like mental breakdowns, screaming episodes. I don't know if this is part of the drugs, but I have adults, certain people tell me that they choose to use drugs, but they have never seen this kind of problem before. So I would also like to try to get help for my daughter if possible, or be her conservator.
Thank you, thank you.
And they're trying to adopt out my grandson right now, this month.
Thank you.
And don't want that to happen.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dr. Nisha Abdul, and I first want to say that I'm very touched by the last two statements that were made in public comment. I'm a general and child abuse pediatrician, and American Academy of Pediatricians selected national champion on trauma-informed care, and I've been serving the most vulnerable children and their families of our community for more than 2 decades. I'm here to share the voice of pediatricians across the nation who are dedicated to advocating for human rights for all children, particularly as it pertains to the war affecting the children of Palestine and Israel. We asked the American Academy of Pediatrics to advocate and act upon its 2018 policy statement entitled The Effects of Armed Conflict in Children, in which the AAP states that core human rights principles should be integrated into US policy. And the AAP reaffirms its commitment to advocate for policies that conform to the principles of the United Nations Commission on the Rights of Children. Armed conflicts violate multiple children's rights, including those that constitute a breach of international humanitarian law, such as the recruitment and use of children, killing or maiming of children, attacks against schools or hospitals, abduction of children, and denial of humanitarian access. Thousands of children have been killed, tens of thousands have been injured, and more than 1 million children have been denied sufficient food, water, medicines, and humanitarian access. And we call for an immediate and permanent stop to the killing and maiming of children, stop to the attacks against schools and hospitals, return of clean water, access to 2.3 million people, release of all abducted children and those held without fair legal process, and safeguarding of children's food, clean water, housing, health, and other basic needs in Gaza. Some may say this is not an issue for local government. However, local representatives need to know the sentiments of their constituents and are in a position to share this with regional, state, and national elected officials. We share in the relief of seeing little Abigail return to family, but also continue to see the daily bombings, displacement, and critical lack of resources faced by the children of Gaza. We are complicit through our federal tax dollars. Additionally, this war is taking a toll on the health and well-being of children in our own community. Through social media, the children of San Luis Obispo are being exposed to the horrific details of this war, all on the heels of a national pediatric mental health crisis. I asked the City Council to take into account the well-being of the children affected by war and its effect on the children in our community. We have community families who have lost scores of family members and others who are worrying about their daily well-being. We have a diverse group of children in our community that may be at more risk of harassment due to their names, ethnicities, and religious affiliations. They also may be having feelings of fear or anger, and they need to hear the voices of reasonable adults to help understand the issues of the war and messaging that let them know that they are in a safe community, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Thank you to SLO PD and the Sheriff's Department for protection, our exercise to peacefully protest and convene.
Thank you.
And for
Thank
the
you very
school
much.
district and school-based Resource Officer
Doctor,
Program.
thank you. The
And
time is
countywide
up.
threat assessment program. Thank you.
Dr. Rushda Kader,
Yeah,
and
I'm sorry.
Kenneth Pellegrino, and then Mary Pollock.
I am Dr. Rushdi Abdul. I am, that's my better half that just spoke. I typically don't come before you guys. I'm actually been a servant of this community for 25 years as an emergency physician, as a reserve officer with SLO PD attached to our SWAT team. I've spent time overseas in regions of conflict and natural disaster. Here in San Luis Obispo, I actually started a counter extremism program, a counterterrorism program called Antivirus in 2014 when ISIS kicked off. And today I'm here actually for a few things. One is to support my wife in her statement. And then second is to bring attention to the suffering of people in our community here from two minority faith communities. From the Jewish community, which has had a terrible loss on 10/7, and really was a dagger in their hearts, even though it's thousands of miles away. And then the Arab and the Muslim community, who now are watching as 16,000 people have been buried under rubble. And for me, as an emergency doctor, I've been in parts of the world where literally I've taken care of kids that have come out of rubble with broken bones and taken care of them myself. So these things are very dear to me. One life of a child is so important. 6,500 is another scale. What can we do here in San Luis Obispo? I think advocacy. Great things have come out of San Luis Obispo. Jamba Juice, my tiny counterterrorism program. You know, I think a joint advocacy can take place from people like yourself that can reach across the ocean and I think make a big difference. And I believe it comes down to that notion of seeing another family like you would see your own. I love my children so much. I have 3 kids, 2 in medical school, 1 in nursing school, all doing great things. And it would be beyond imaginable to think of one of them being lost in something like what's going on over there. And I hope that the voice of our city council can echo these concerns on a national level and an international level, but also more locally is to support our Jewish and Muslim and Arab communities here locally. They are small and vulnerable communities. There are voices of hatred and animosity that are there towards Jews and Muslims in this community, and I think it's just really important right now for there to be additional awareness about this. I'm gonna end early. All right, God bless you all.
Thank you, Doctor.
Kenneth Pellegrino, Mary Pollock, Jean Nelson.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Ken Pellegrino. My wife and I moved here August 8th, and we live in 1086 Forest Street in San Luis Ranch, which is a new development. I'm here to alert the City Council collectively and other members of a letter that I wrote. You may have gotten the letter today because it was mailed yesterday. I wrote that at the urging of many residents in our community, specifically on Forest Street, where this risk I'm going to talk about exists, my neighbor Ed Caselli. There are 33 signatures on that. We talked to 34 people to sign. The only person who didn't sign was a woman who grew up looking at the eucalyptus trees there. And she says every day she sees it reminds her of being a young girl. So we didn't push her to sign. But we're talking about Lot 3 on that property. That's the remaining grove of eucalyptus trees on the western part of the property between Forest Street and the condominiums. It is not public property. It is owned by the master developer. It is part of the grand development there, and eventually it will be owned by the homeowners association. The risk has already warned us 3 times that there is instability in those trees. 2 years ago, a big tree came down in the creek. I wasn't here in town at that point. Last winter, a tree came down in the heavy rains, which one could argue can happen because these are shallow-rooted trees and become unstable when there's a lot of water. And then 2 nights after we moved in, my wife and I, on a calm evening with not a bit of wind, my wife and I were awakened at 10 o'clock on August 10th this year of a thunderous crack and a thunderous roar that literally shook the ground. We didn't feel it because we were about 50 yards away, but many homeowners felt the ground shake as this 50-ton eucalyptus fell on a calm evening parallel to the recreation walkway directly behind our houses. So the present danger affects directly 25 homes. There is catastrophic risk for property damage. More important than that, there's catastrophic risk for physical bodily damage to residents who live there. And I think superimposed upon that even greater risk is the fact that our public recreational 1.7-mile walkway around the property courses through this. It is public domain. that walkway. And so the public is coming in. As the development increases and as our common marketplace increases, as the hotel is being built, the use of this public domain under these eucalyptus trees will increase and the risk will increase.
Thank
Wow,
you
that
so
was
much.
quick.
It does go
There's more in the
fast.
letter. I just want you
We
to
did
know
receive
that-
it. Thank
that
you so
the
much.
master developer.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mary Pollock, Jean Nelson, Janine Rand.
Can I refer to Gene Nelson? He has most of the information, and I just have a little bit left. Did he go first?
Yes, he can. Yes, he can go first.
Good evening, SLO City Council. My name is Dr. Gene Nelson, and I'm continuing my comments from November the 14th. I believe about 50% of the trips are by 90% of the trips are by automobile, particularly among the large SLO area population over 50 years old. The 13-page analysis of project impacts does not contain the word congestion. It seems to be an advocacy document instead of taking a neutral position. Table 4 queue summary on the next to the last page shows alarming queue links projected. The claim that with the project, queues will be shorter for lanes feeding into the Madonna Road, Higuera South intersection is implausible. I have contacted today Caltrans via both phone and email. The project will be agendized in spring of 2024. I cordially invite the project planners to hold at least one outreach meeting at Chumash Village instead of the little pop-ups which are only for project advocates. A low-cost, month-long study should be implemented prior to pouring any concrete. Rent barriers and close off 2 lanes of South Higuera between Church Street and Margarita Avenue. Include signage with the phone number, area code 805-781-7100, for members of the public to share their perspectives regarding this potential adverse change to important circulation elements. While I have been heavily involved for more than 7 years in the project to extend the operation of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, I'm volunteering to sit on the Higuera Streets Complete Advisory Board. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mary Pollock, Janine Rand, and then from online, Grace Lim.
He's a lot taller than I am. My name is Mary Pollock. I live at Chumash Village. I just had a 90th birthday. I am very active in the Dairy Creek Women's Golf Club, Morro Bay Club, so I'm an active person. And I've got some very great concerns. And Jean brought it up, the width of lanes. When I was downtown one day, I was trying to make a right turn, and there was a car parked there, and there was bicyclists there, and there was no space for me to stay in my lane. So I start moving over, and then I thought, well, this lane's cramped. And so I really want to be, and I'd like to see a graph that shows me, because when I drive to Smart and Final down Marsh, with all those lanes the way they are, you're narrowing the lane and the cars aren't getting any more narrow. And then we have these stanchions up, which creates a barrier. And an older person driving, that becomes visually hazardous. So I really want you to take a good look at, if you're narrowing lanes, bicyclists, as far as I see them, will ride 2 in a lane, putting them each on a line. If you're in a car lane, you don't have 3 feet to give them if they kind of wiggle. So those lane widths, I think the way they've got it set up would be disastrous. I had almost an accident getting out of Shumash the other day because they are parking in front of Chop Chop. The car coming up that way swerved out around there, was right on top of me as I was starting to take off. He was able to get in the center lane to avoid me. I was able to cut in the fast lane on my side to not get hit. But those are the things I'm telling you that are happening right now because the police don't pick up those people who park in front of Chop Chop. And then the trucks come in, and they're in there every day, loading and unloading. So it's even a more hazard. So width of lanes is very important. I also know that in summer or this spring, there's over 400 people in Shumash Village that are very, very concerned, and they will be voters, and they are over 55 voters. So please be aware of that. They would like a light out there. Now, when you talk about lights, Higuera is full of parks, mobile home parks. 2 of the parks are at Tank Farm Road has a light to get out in. The next one up, Santa Margarita, has a light there. We don't. So please think about that.
Thank you, and happy birthday.
Janine Rand, and then Grace Lim, and that's our final.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Janine Rand from San Luis Obispo. I'm here to speak about the current ordinances that we have on plastics. And because we're focusing on fossil fuels and getting them out of our public buildings, that's thrilling. So because fossil fuels are what polystyrene and all plastic cutlery and straws are made from, and all the current containers are often used by restaurants as PF5, is not recyclable, compostable, is only landfill. In 2018, of March 2018, the City Council passed a single-use straws ordinance 8.09. Today, I would suspect 90% of the restaurants are not obeying that. I whipped over, because I'm the neighbor to San Luis Public Market. The 5 restaurants that were open, or the 4 restaurants that were open, Jay's Birds, Brooks Burgers, Neighborhood Acai, and Juice Bar, California Tacos, all had styrofoam, plastic straws and cups and cutlery. I took pictures, and I told them why I was taking pictures, to do a little research to report at City Council tonight. And the California Tacos young man, he said, "Are you gonna say our name?" And I said, "Yes." These restaurants do not know about the straw ordinance. They do not know about the plastic cutlery ordinance. I want to refer also to slow polystyrene ordinance that was passed in 2015, took effect January 1, 2016. The current, Breakthrough Ministries is a church on South Higuera. They have a Saturday barbecue every Saturday. I pulled in there Saturday, and they offered me a polystyrene filled bowl or plate of barbecue meat, beans, rice, and barbecued buttered bread. I reported this same code violation in about July. They're still using it. The state passed AB 1276, and our Public Works, SLO Public Works has prominently on their Facebook page, on their website, we are not obeying it. It was passed and came into effect January 1, 2022. I called the city, said, "Hey, let's jump on board." We are not interested. We pride ourselves on being really progressive, and I want to report that we are way behind. Santa Cruz County has an ordinance that refuses everything.
Thank you very much.
Let's get going. I'm going to follow this.
Grace Lim.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you in person today. My name is Dr. Grace Lim. I'm a pediatrician on the steering committee for SLO County's Help Me Grow program, which focuses on childhood developmental needs. I want to echo my colleague, Dr. Nisha Abdul message regarding the effect of war on local children and families. It's been devastating seeing the images and hearing the stories of families in Israel and Palestine. As a mother who's lost her child, my heart breaks alongside those parents and children who have been separated from each other through abduction and or killing, especially in places that should be safe, such as homes, schools, and hospitals. I know the heaviness of empty arms and can only imagine the extent of their grief as it relates to the trauma they have and are witnessing and experiencing individually and as families. People in our communities are directly affected, whether through worry or fear for family and friends in the Middle East, or through any prejudice that they might face or are facing in their daily lives here in SLO. Children of this generation have already been going through a mental health crisis over the last few years, and we know that chronically elevated levels of stress hormone in our bodies ultimately lead to worse health outcomes and earlier deaths. Given this, it's even more important for us, those of us with louder voices in this and the global community, to speak up for those without. There are children currently who are facing the start of winter without fuel, who are hungry and thirsty without access to food or clean water, and who are even wounded with little or no available medical care. There are children, including a 10-month-old and a 4-year-old, who are still being held hostage without their parents. We must continue to advocate for their needs and their right to not only live, but to also thrive in this world. As Archbishop Desmond Tutu said, our humanity is bound together with the humanity of others, for we can only be human together. To continue to wholly support our local families, we must not turn away from the pain and suffering of families in Israel and Palestine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have one more online. So, Donna Davis. Donna, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And
Okay,
this is for public comment, not on the agenda, right?
Oh, it is. Oh, I'm sorry. This was related to an agenda item. I apologize.
That's okay. We'll be there soon.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you so much for everyone who spoke online and in person. I had a feeling that we might have some people that would share on the attacks from October 7th and the conflict. And I just wanted to share the resolution that we had all voted on 5-0 at the 11/7, November 7th council meeting. Because I think that it's very important to know that your council here condemns hate, whether it's local or afar. And so I just wanted to read it. I know that parking is very important, and it kind of overshadowed this conversation. Okay, so I just wanted to read it out loud so that everyone could know what it said and that it is how we feel. San Luis Obispo is home to a thriving, diverse, and welcoming community that fosters a strong sense of belonging and acceptance. Perhaps that is why our area was recently targeted by a small and fringe hate group seeking attention by distributing anti-Semitic flyers designed to heighten concern and reaction. These flyers are still continuing to be disseminated throughout our community and in our local neighbors' homes. We won't address the content of the flyers to avoid amplifying them, but the conduct warrants response, particularly in the context of rising anti-Semitism nationally and globally. The troubling trends of anti-Semitism are mirrored in hate and bigotry targeting Black, Latino, AAPI, LGBTQ+, Muslim, and other often marginalized or minority groups, whether fueled by animus, excuse me, political division, social isolation, or ignorance. We reject the diminution of others' value based on their identity and immutable characteristics that contribute to it. These disgusting incidents intended to spread hate and fear provide an opportunity, as do other recent incidents targeting other groups, to affirm our conviction in the value of a diverse and inclusive community that respects and embraces the wide range of experiences, beliefs, and backgrounds that define it. Our community is at its best when we come together to reject bigotry in all of its forms. And I know that it's such a difficult aspect of our lives to try to balance what is happening right now here and afar, when we are wanting to make sure that we support our community and also reject hate, reject violence. And that is a really, really tough balance. Regardless, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism is not okay. And that's just what I wanted to say. And there was some comments also regarding social services, and I just really encourage, I know we did talk before the meeting that, unfortunately the city tries to help as much as we can for many different social services aspects, but really the Department of Social Services is through the county. And so I really encourage for casework and things that there are services available through the county, and want to encourage people to utilize those services. And in that note, I will go ahead and pass on if there's any other comments from staff or from council members. Councilmember Pease.
I just wanted to appreciate your rereading of that statement, but also recognize that our speakers are bringing up something just so tragic, and that we as individuals are taking that really seriously, that there are actions as individuals, as community members, for myself, committing to greater understanding, an obvious need to me personally for a ceasefire, and I think just the shared understanding of the loss for children in particular. I appreciate our pediatrician community coming together to make those statements, build that awareness, and I'm truly, truly sorry for the local folks who are experiencing even more directly the loss from that horrible war.
Thank you. City Manager, did you have something to add? You went.
If the council's inclined, I've got just a couple staff members where we can provide some information with respect to some of the public commenters if the council is interested. If I could invite Mr. Floyd to come up and talk a little bit about our enforcement and education. And we've received feedback over the years from Mrs. Rand about education and outreach to businesses. And Mr. Floyd can talk a little bit about what we're doing in concert with our partners at IWMA.
Great, thank you. That'll save us questions later.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Aaron Floyd, Utilities Director, and thank you, City Manager Johnson, for the introduction. Yeah, if I could have a couple of minutes just to share a little bit on AB 1276. AB 1276 was the single-use plastics ban, and I think inherently as we view that, we totally support the mission of that. Staff's perspective right now is the best thing we can do is go out and educate people on this new law. What we've done actually is partner with the IWMA. So when new restaurants pull a business application or they have a new garbage account, we actually, the IWMA is notified. They go out proactively and actually work with these people as new business owners to tell them, hey, these are the kind of things you can do. This is what you can't do. And there is a lot of education that is required on that. Many people have a perspective that single-use plastics are just banned, and that's not quite accurate. In fact, what it's asking people to do is to not receive additional items that they didn't request that then they might just throw away. San Luis Obispo is a little bit, ahead of the curve on some of these things by the work we've done on that, but also just by the nature that we don't have items like drive-throughs where people just get a bag full of stuff that they don't need. Thankful for that. That makes our part a lot easier on that. What the IWMA will inform people, though, is when they go out, is that you can't just hand these things out to people. They don't want to see bundled forks, knives, all of those things together. But what is okay is that if there is a bulk container out there, like you might see where someone could go take one single-use plastic item or certain amounts of condiments, those are also okay. We're working through things like DoorDash now, so when you actually order from there, as I just talked to one of my staff members who did this, they actually needed to check how many packets of ketchup they wanted. Those are all still permissible by AB 1276, so it is not a total ban at this point. But what we do see is there are those people who still in the community. On occasion, we get notices about people who, hey, they are handing out things without being asked. They are, we're seeing some of the bulk stuff still in some of the restaurants. When community members see that, we really encourage them to reach out to the Ask Slow app. That's the best way for us to get involved in this. We can then contact the IWMA, who will go out and actually do further education on this. Because we understand as a business is starting up, they receive a lot of information. We have it on our business license applications, on our actual utilities website. So they receive a lot of this information, but they might not see it. So that's really where we're going with the first line of this, is really an education on what the law is about. We will also be bringing back to council an item on our municipal code, kind of cleaning up some of the language on the straws upon request and everything else, just tightening up all of that language to make sure it's all that we are following all current state laws on that.
Thank you so much. Yes, and question from Councilmember Pease.
Thanks so much for that clarification. So, just making sure I got this right. If they have a bundle of straws available for people to take on their own accord, that's acceptable?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Cutlery, et cetera. So it's just the being handed automatically is the main effort. Okay,
That's
great.
correct. So it is the on request part that is the big driver on this one.
Terrific. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Sorry to piggyback on that, but if they are serving, say, in the polystyrene, you pick up your to-go container and they're using a polystyrene container as well, is that something that you should report in Ask Flow, or is
Please
that
report
allowed?
that one is, yeah, that is a problem right there.
So secret shoppers going to restaurants and reporting things to us, not
No,
intentionally,
that is
but
helpful though.
that's okay.
Yeah, and we
helpful.
actually, if council will allow, I can add a little bit more on this. We actually have I want to make sure I get the name correct because we love this program. It's the College Corps Fellow who joined the Utilities Department and has been with us since August, and they will be with us through July of 2024. And this individual, she will actually be going out serving as kind of a secret shopper, but just to observe at that point. Again, it allows us that opportunity to do education at those places. Polystyrene, though, yeah, that is not under 1276. If individuals do notice that, please reach out to us, and that is something we can go educate the people on because we have existing ordinances on that.
Is there a brochure or anything online that if somebody wanted to grab, I'm just kind of
Utilities Department website. Yeah,
Okay.
the Utilities Department website has a link under, we also, as you're aware, in addition to water and wastewater services, also do solid waste. So that is a good spot right there for folks to go and learn more about it. Or the IWMA is another resource for the community member. And that also helps us on a regional basis because we have consistency in our messaging.
Awesome, thank you. I had another question, but I don't know if you have a question.
I think
about
Vice
this.
Mayor Marks wanted to add in on this.
Okay.
Comment. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm the president of the IWMA board right now. And I just wanted to say that the jurisdictions, including our city, have the capacity to enforce and actually give tickets or citations for infractions for violation of these laws. The IWMA's mission is education, and it's great the city is working with it. However, the buck stops with the jurisdictions, with our city, not with the IWMA in terms of actually enforcing these laws. So it is our responsibility. I've
I could hop in.
two hats on when I'm saying that. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so the best thing we need to is use the Ask Slow or report a code enforcement. The council's priorities are that we're not taking proactive code enforcement on straws and styrofoam. If council wants to revisit those for staff to take a proactive approach on straws and styrofoam, we can happily bring that item back. But right now it's complaint based, and so really encourage people to file those complaints or code enforcement issues either through the Ask Slow or by calling the Community Development Department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you.
Yes, my other question was not about this, but about a different topic that was covered. Do we want to go to a different topic, or I don't want to interrupt if others had questions for Mr. Floyd?
City Manager, did you have a response on Councilmember Shoresman?
I've got a lineup of speakers prepared for you, so to respond. Okay. So if you may, I can invite Mr. Schwartz to come up and talk a little bit about the outreach in Higuera. Followed by that, I'll have Timothy Tway come talk about trees, and I'll have Chief Scott come and talk a little bit about our dispatch protocols.
Perfect. Those would be the questions we're going to ask you.
My mic on? Great. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm happy to answer some questions on the process and upcoming outreach and additional opportunities for public engagement on the Higuera Complete Streets project. Project's in preliminary design, about 50%. We're still soliciting input from the community to guide refinements to that. We've had one large public workshop here at the library. I saw some of you there and some of the faces in the crowd as well. We had a secondary workshop focused near the Meadow Park neighborhood to also give people an opportunity on the weekend to come out if they're unable to attend those types of meetings during a typical weeknight. We have our draft plans on the project website online. If you just search Higuera Complete Street on the city's website, it'll come up. You can provide us email comments with that. And we're currently undergoing some additional coordination with Caltrans about feasibility with some higher level of safety improvements along the Madonna Road stretch near the corridor, which is partially under Caltrans right away. So as we have some more updates to share with what may be feasible there, we'll be also sharing those with the community and having additional public meetings to share the latest concepts and give another opportunity for input. I understand there's likely to be some concerns or heartburn about potential to reduce lanes on Higuera. The stretch we're talking about for that project, an agenda item tonight, is kind of near the cemetery there, south of Bridge Street, but north of the signalized intersections at Margarita. And the idea is that it serves more like a highway where there's not stops where you're hitting intersections, and you can move more traffic that way. What the lane reductions would add is width for a center median to separate lanes of traffic, as well as giving some physical separation between the bike lanes, which are proven measures to prevent severe injury and fatal collisions, which we've had an upward trend of in the city and throughout the country. So if you're interested, please reach out to traffic@slowcity.org. You can call our Public Works line and ask for our Transportation Division staff, or go to the project website, just search Higuera Complete Street Project for more info, and you can provide your input there too. So more to come, lots of opportunities for more people to learn about the project and provide their comments.
Thank you, appreciate that. And Vice Mayor Marks, was there a question for? Yeah, I thought so.
Thank you. Yeah, but you've got 400 senior citizens over 55 who only have one exit from their mobile home park. And I'm just curious what kind of safety measures or signage or striping or, what is the city plan to do to allow them safe egress and ingress, since they don't have any other choice of how to get out? And, I think it's a really unique situation that deserves special treatment. So what do you guys have in mind?
Sure. So if there's been locations on the corridor where there's been interest in looking at something like a traffic signal to control access, we've looked at that. There are kind of state and federal guidelines that say when you can legally put in a traffic signal, and a specific intersection like the Chumash Village doesn't have quite enough traffic or fortunately collision history to meet a warrant like that. The strategies to help improve access would be things like making sure we have the wide center turn lane that can be used for not just turning in, but as like a two-stage turn coming out, where you can turn out, kind of wait in the center turn lane to merge into traffic. Also, getting wider shoulders so the bike lanes would have would dash approaching like a higher traffic intersection like that, where it almost serves like a wide right turn lane, so you can get out of the path of through traffic. Where right now, a lot of these stretches we have maybe a 4 or 5 foot shoulder. You kind of are stopping in the through lane to make those right turns. There's also a stretch of this road that has no turn lane, so you're stopping right in the middle of a high speed traffic lane to try to stop to make a left turn. I know the other complaint that was mentioned was about illegal parking near the kitchen supply store. We've gotten complaints. It's well signed with, I think, 3 no parking signs along that stretch. When we get those complaints, we notify parking enforcement and ask them to use Ask Slow to report those as well, and so we can cite those people. One of the project designs would have the physical separation within the bike lane, so that area wouldn't just be a wide shoulder with a no parking sign. It would have a physical barrier preventing someone from parking illegally there moving forward. So that would have an additional benefit with sight lines approaching that driveway. Thanks.
Thank you, Luke.
Thanks.
City Manager Johnson.
Yeah, if I could invite Director Tway to come up and talk about the request from San Luis Ranch for the tree removal and the process that we're embarking on with them.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, City Manager. Again, I'm Timmy Tway, Director of Community Development, and I'm here to address the tree issue at San Luis Ranch. So staff has actually been working with some representatives from San Luis Ranch for several months. They have requested removal of many of the trees. However, we did not find their application to fulfill the requirements to allow us to move forward with that. I have been in contact with Mr. Biven of San Luis Ranch, actually meeting with him tomorrow to help walk through the process to request removal of trees, and so that we can ensure that the applicant can move forward in the process, but also comply with city regulations and ensure that we're not doing anything that would run contrary to approved documents or the EIR or anything like that. So I am meeting with him tomorrow, and we're hoping to get on the same page about how to move forward. The city does have a process to remove trees, but we have to go through that process.
Great, thank you. It's very helpful. I know that when we received the email and of course the letter, that was like, well, what are the next steps? Help us to understand this better. But I think Vice Mayor Marks has a question for you.
Yeah, I'm just curious if something short of removal, like just topping them off. I have to say I live in San Luis Ranch. I walk that trail, so I don't have to recuse myself because it's not on the agenda. But I had a chance to talk with Dr. Matt Ritter, who's a tree expert and been on our tree committee he got termed out after 8 years. And he was saying that the raptors and other birds do fine with shorter trees. They don't need to be that tall, and that if some of the weight were taken off the top part of the trees, then the risk of these trees of just falling over because they have shallow roots would be reduced. So anyway, I hope you also talk with Mr. Bivens about topping them essentially.
Yes, that's an excellent comment and question. And part of what we look at when someone does apply for a tree removal is there an arborist report that backs up that total removal is necessary versus trimming or maintenance of the trees. So we will work through that issue with him as well.
Great, thank you so much. Any other items? Okay. City Manager.
If I could just invite Chief Scott to come up. He's got an update for the council, and I'd love to share with Mr. Jodry just our dispatch protocols. And I've had some brief conversations with the chief about potential camera options for us as well, and we're continuing to explore those.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Johnson. Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to visit with you briefly. And before we talk about the garages, I just want to say, again, express our sorrow and for the loss of the Jodry family. This was an unfortunate loss to our community that occurred nearly 5 years ago. So one of the first orders of business as becoming your chief of police about 2.5, almost 3 years ago was to meet with the Jodry family. I committed to the family to reopen the case, which that's exactly what we did. And we spent nearly a year going over the evidence and the work that was already done in that case. We compiled the case, sent it over to the district attorney's office. The DA decided not to move forward with any prosecution in that case. So the performance in the case was heavily scrutinized, mainly by myself personally, to make sure that everything was done to bring justice to this family if justice was to be found. Our dispatchers are EMD certified, which means they do medical dispatching, and they ask a variety of questions whenever people call in with medical or any other types of emergencies. And we don't generally restrict in what kind of questions they ask, because the goal is to get the most accurate information out to first responders as quickly as possible so that we can respond in the most appropriate manner for the emergency that we may be facing. Due to the question that I think Mr. Jodry asked the council tonight, is that a policy to ask if someone may be homeless or experiencing homelessness? Unfortunately, that is an issue that we do face disproportionately here in our community with our emergency medical response. And it's not really what you may think. We ask those questions and typically respond with a higher level of service if someone's experiencing homelessness or may be subject to one of the underlying circumstances that may contribute to that. So we ask those questions, which we may need to send our specialized CAT team or our mobile crisis unit or any of the other first responders that may have specific and additional training with mental health or substance abuse or something along those lines. So it's generally not to screen out anybody, but it's often to get a more enhanced level of service that our officers are trained to help. So in closure, just saying that we continue to wish obviously healing for the Jodry family, and we're committed to staying in lockstep with them as they pursue peace and understanding in the loss of their precious son. Looking at our structures, we're currently, I know that we bid out a scope of work to have surveillance cameras put in our parking garages. Currently, we don't have adequate coverage, according to our assessment of the garages, and we're looking for options to provide video surveillance into those structures. That is going to be a fairly detailed and broad scope project. We do have some options for doing it cheaper, and so I'm looking forward to bringing this project to the city manager. It's going to be similar to the other types of cameras that you'll see throughout the city that the police operate to help in broad security. And so we're going to look at using some of that technology and incorporate them into the garage and not going with such things that are going to require construction or retrofit. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I just know in the past, we've had this conversation around cameras. There's been conversations around Wi-Fi and difficulty with maybe not Wi-Fi specifically, but technology to get to the cameras. Is that something you see has changed, or there's different ways to get around it? What is the change that's happened? I'm very excited about the change. I'm just asking.
So there's a lot happening with broadband communications out there, and we're seeing it from police technology. And so we're looking forward to incorporating some of the additional technologies that we have available to us to put into the parking structures and hopefully increase transmissibility and able to get that signal beyond what is essentially concrete blocks. Obviously, when you try to put in Wi-Fi, you're going to have some pretty significant impedance with the concrete, but looking at LTE or broadband gives us kind of a next level option to push that information out and affordably.
That's great, thank you. I think that making our structures safer is really important, and I also kind of thought about the parking apps and was hoping there was going to be better access. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Can you give us a ballpark of an idea of when we might hear an item on that?
City manager might want to answer that.
Thanks for Madam Mayor for letting me jump in on that. I think this will probably be a 25 to 27 financial plan item. We've got some time scope, really getting the scope and the technology to work. I think it's very clear in my conversations, we're not going to be able to have 100% coverage of all the structures at all the time, but can we provide sufficient coverage to be able to support the necessarily video surveillance that gives law enforcement or other operational intelligence, should we have any sorts of incidents. So we want to take our time, get it right. Initially, the assessment and the dollar numbers were for all floors, everywhere, and that just proved to be cost prohibitive. And so had some encouraging conversations with the chief, but again, it's not one of our work priorities to scope it out, but we, certainly we would take direction. I think the timing to put that in the CIP would be part of the 25 to 27 financial plan.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure we're managing expectations on when we would see a project around that scope. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for that question. We're actually trialing some of this new technology in some of the current projects that we have, and so hopefully we can take advantage of some scale of economy when we broaden that out to more cameras.
Thank you.
Great question, thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, along those lines, we just broke ground on a new parking structure. So wondering what the capabilities will be. Will that one be maybe a little bit more advanced than what we have currently?
City Manager.
So, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I don't know if I see Mr. Horn here. I see him here, whether or not we've integrated. A lot of these conversations have come up since those designs were fairly well baked and put out to bid. So whether or not we're able to retrofit, I think that's, probably a scope change just with our contractor. There's already some, and certainly I'll let Mr. Horn provide some details on that.
Thank you. Thanks, Derek. Matt Horn, Public Works Director. Yes, some, but not all. And so we do have security fencing on the top of the new parking structure that we're planning on installing with the contract. The technology for the cameras isn't baked into our current project specifications. Twofold, really. One is we wanted to see what would happen with the other parking structures so we could assimilate that technology. And then two, putting in the project specifications, the technology package right now, things change really fast in technology, and it's a 2-year build. So that's the rationale. The intent is to have a security fence and cameras, though.
Thank you. I think this is another question.
Yeah, just to thank you, and again, manage expectations, I think. So just curious, thank you.
Yeah, 2 years out, too.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and I appreciate all the comments and responses to topics and issues brought up at public comment. Thank you. So going forward, we have the consent agenda, which is usually items that are considered routine and non-controversial. So want to make sure from my colleagues, is there anything that needs to be pulled before we move forward? Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I just had 2 items that I wanted to make quick comments on, and wanted to pull item 5L, which is the subcommittee assignments.
Thank you. Item 5L, great. Anything else? Okay, so if there's any public comment on any items not 5L, City Clerk?
Yes, there are 2. They're both on item 5D. The first speaker is Thomas Kessler, and then Chelsea Ruiz.
One second, Thomas.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Thomas Kessler. I'm the Executive Director of the History Center of San Luis Obispo County. I am incredibly thankful to the city for offering the DEI High Impact Grant Program, and we are surprised, grateful, happy to be selected for funding for this program. Latinx, Latino, Hispanic, Californio history is very much at the core of our region's history, and this funding is going to go a long way towards improving our capacity to reach out to and engage with our Spanish-speaking neighbors in their own language. So it's really going to be a big deal, and we're really excited about it. I also wanted to thank Nestor Veloz Pasalacqua and the whole HRC for the great work that they're doing, and take a quick second to echo Derek Johnson on people should totally visit the Jack House. It's not open every day, and it's a really great thing. So if you have the opportunity, you should check it out. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Ruiz, and I'm the program manager with SLO County UndocuSupport, and we work for and with our undocumented immigrant population here in our community. And I also wanted to speak to the funding recommendations for the High Impact DEI grant. We submitted a project for just under $40,000 that's collaborative to produce a series of videos on how to access some essential basic services that undocumented immigrants qualify for, but are not utilizing to the full extent for a variety of reasons. And we're really strongly feel that these videos are going to help overcome a lot of these barriers. They're going to be very widely disseminated throughout not just the city, but the county. We're going to make them very general so that the information can be shared widely and for a long, long time to come. And it'll be a really wonderful way to reach people and disseminate information about a lot of the wonderful programs that we do have that people qualify for, because a lot of times audio is the best way to reach them because of language barriers. They can listen to it while they're working, if they're in the field, or they don't have to worry about transportation or childcare or getting somewhere or office hours. They can really just listen to it and receive correct information straight from the source. And we're just really looking forward to having a much wider impact than just the city through these videos. And what was the last thing I wanted to say? Oh, and we're also really excited to be working with lots of different partners in our county to be able to not only create these videos, but disseminate them. So I know this agenda, or all the public comment has been really, really heavy today. And I'm really grateful to the city and also Matthew Melendrez and Nestor Veloz Pasalacqua for all the work that they're doing and that the city is doing to really help our community members. And, we're all just doing the best we can and just appreciate you guys so much.
Thank you so much. Any other speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay. Well, this is a really exciting consent agenda, and sometimes when we have all these items, it kind of gets blown over because we don't talk about them a great deal, but I really just am so thankful for all the people who sat through on the HRC, reading all the grants. That was a huge list of grants and a lot of information to get through and make recommendations to us, so I just wanted to thank you for that. I also wanted to thank Nicole Domini and the whole HR staff and the firefighters for coming to some really good conclusions and being able to be at the point where we can make decisions. There's so many more things on here, but I will go ahead and move forward to City Manager Johnson. Did you have a question on here?
I just wanted to jump in and just remind the council that 5F is being continued at the request of the applicant.
Yes, thank you so much. I didn't put that in here in the beginning. Yes. And Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. I was going to move the consent agenda except 5L, which we're pulling and discussing separately, and then 5F, which is being continued.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
I'll second, but I also wanted to just go ahead and echo my appreciation to the HRC and the subcommittee who did all the work on choosing these high impact grants, and our speaker Chelsea's comments about how there's been a lot of heavy stuff going on, and we as a community, this just feels really good to do something that is really productive and faces our community and will really help our community members in a really productive way to make them feel included and accepted and safe. And maybe small, because it's a small amount of money, but it's a pleasure to be able to do this kind of work. And then I also just wanted to mention the item on the Mass Transit Committee bylaws change. That's something that, as one of the liaisons to the committee, we've talked about with city clerk staff for a while, and will hopefully help us increase that disability viewpoint on our Mass Transit Committee, because we have had a hard time filling that specific seat and keeping somebody on there that meets the needs and can really speak on behalf of the disabled community. And so glad that we're getting to do that before the new recruitment period for our advisory bodies. And I'll second.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought that was great that it was before January, before we start taking advisory body applications, and that there is still a preference, though, for someone who does have a disability to be able to be on the advisory body. Vice Mayor Marks.
Yes, well, I didn't want to skip mention of 5K, the vice mayor appointment for 2024, and I'm sure that Andy Pease will do a great job.
Thank you.
Yes.
As I tell friends and family, we rotate. This is it's a rotation assignment.
It is, but you are the most senior, and you have.
Thank you, and I'm honored to serve in that role and to follow Vice Mayor Marks for one more meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I trust, as Vice Mayor Marks did, you will do a wonderful job as well. Well, City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0 with 5F being continued and 5L in our next conversation. So 5L, Michelle, I'm sorry, Councilmember Shorsman, can you go ahead and start?
Yes, there we go, there's my mic. Just wanted to pull this item in light of our new vice mayor assignment in particular, and looking through our committee appointments for the next year, noticed that I am particularly light in the exterior facing community committees that we have, and that as a vice mayor, she will have some additional responsibilities. So she has 5 or so exterior facing committee assignments, and I have 2. So I wanted to sort of offer, to fill if there was something that she wanted to consider, or anybody wanted to consider lightening their load a little bit, and in particular, wanted to call attention to the Integrated Waste Management Authority position, where she is the alternate. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Marks is the primary member, but if there's interest in the council, I'd be happy to serve as the alternate in that role, knowing also that we have that Councilmember Pease will be terming out, and I think it might be good to build some continuity in that committee going forward with her terming out at the end of 2024. So just throwing that out for discussion of the committee.
That's great, thank you. And I'm sorry, well, I guess technically you are now, it's kind of confusing. Vice Mayor Pease, would you like to give any input before we share on to others?
Sure, thank you. I totally agree with the premise. I'd say the SLOCOG and RTA go together, and I'm scheduled to be, I'm currently vice president, so likely to be present, so would want to retain that. The Water Resources Advisory Committee, RAC, I do plan to, I've been chair, but for 4 years, and so we'll step down. I'll be past chair, but that's not an official role for RAC. So potential, and then the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, GSA, thankfully, it's pretty quiet right now, and I do have a pretty long history, so I think it would make sense for me to stay on that another round. So, and then the RWMG, honestly, we should maybe talk some point about do we need a liaison to that position in the first place? I don't know, maybe we're required to, but it's not a particularly active group.
How did you feel about the IWMA alternate?
IWMA, that'd be awesome too. Yeah. I'm not a great alternate. I have been a trusted ear for the excellent work that Jan Marks has provided for that one. Be happy to get out of CMC, but that's a 2-year appointment.
You could always serve the first year. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Marks.
No, Councilmember.
Yeah, sorry, Council, yeah.
Well, just about. Actually, we don't have a vice mayor right now.
You're right.
We're in limbo. But
oh no, we did on the last item.
Oh, yeah, we did. Okay, so so then I'm not, sorry, yeah. At any rate, I think it's good. Councilmember Shorsman's like she's in her second year. She'll have 2 more years. She's midterm. And the alternate for the IWMA does get a lot of training and the same information as the representative. And it is somewhat complex, so I think it's good to, I would support your serving in that position.
Thank you. And I agree. I think there's a big aspect of, as people are transitioning out and as Vice Mayor Pease is terming out, I think it is helpful to create some continuity for the next year. So, I mean, I'd be in support of that as well.
Do we need public comment?
Yes, we will need public comment. I'm just looking at the rest of the list since we're having this conversation, making sure that I'm not missing anything else. I think there are a few of these that Vice Mayor might be open to changing out, but they're required. Sorry. Okay. I think that's it. So Councilmember Schwartzman, did you still have questions before we move to public comment? Okay. City Manager Johnson?
Yeah, in regards to, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease. In regards to the question in the Regional Water Management Group, you're correct. We need to come back at some point to council now that the GSP is largely concluded and probably update the council and have some formal council actions with regards to the, GSA and our governance role. So we'll sort those issues out, but our recommendation is to keep the assignment for the time being, and then we'll come back to you, the council, at a later point.
Sounds good, thank you. And I have to say that also that I looked deeply at swapping previous Vice Mayor Marks and Councilmember Marks now in the 3CE role, and myself I'm the alternate, and I spend a lot of time looking into it, but Councilmember Marks has a lot of interest in still continuing some work on that 3CE, so we'll be continuing that of her as the member and myself as the alternate. So do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
All right, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I think this has been a good discussion, and on the note of the CMC Advisory Committee, I can't swap Councilmember Vice Mayor Marks for that one because I'm already the primary. That's one of my 2. Right. But I think it would be great to start out as the alternate with IWMA too. That way I can have some opportunity to learn and get a little bit of depth before I would actually potentially be the primary on that committee. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Oh, I was going to move to approve with the alteration on the IWMA.
Perfect. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, so you making a motion?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to second it with the clarification that it's for the alternate of the IWMA. Okay. And otherwise, the same?
Yes.
Correct, okay. Yes, I'll second that.
Thank you. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease? Yes. Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for the conversation. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 7:15. Well, thank you, everybody, for a little bit longer of a break. Now we head over to our business item of the day, which is potentially adopting a resolution establishing policy on public notification for long-term construction projects in the downtown area. And I will highlight before we go any further and let staff do their presentation, we are not talking about recommendation number 2, the public inconvenience fee that has been deleted off of this next conversation. So I'll pass it on to Mr. Fukushima and Mr. Horn.
Hitting the wrong button, sorry. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, hitting the wrong button on there, sorry about that. Tonight, we're pleased to have a short presentation for you tonight, but really this is kind of An outreach item, we want to increase our outreach that we provide to the downtown community. And we want to make sure this is checking all the boxes. So tonight, Adam Fukushima, our active transportation manager, has about a 5-minute presentation for you and will be available for your questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I will start with the staff recommendation, and the first one is to adopt a resolution approving policy regarding city capital improvement projects and right-of-way encroachment in the downtown area. I also wanted to mention that staff is recommending a few changes to the resolution that were outlined in an agenda correspondence that went out on Friday. And then, as the mayor said, per the agenda correspondence that went out last Friday as well, that we're not now recommending moving forward with a public inconvenience fee due to more research and outreach that will be needed before we bring it back to council. Okay. Just to give a brief background on what is already policy, in 2003, the city responded to downtown business concerns that construction activities during the busy holiday season were disruptive at a crucial time when sales are extra important to their success. So in response to that, the city enacted a construction moratorium for city projects between Thanksgiving and New Year's Day, unless absolutely necessary for emergency reasons. And when that construction is necessary, the city requires itself to provide ample notification so that businesses can have time to prepare for that inconvenience. And that involves providing a minimum 30-day notification to Downtown SLO, distributing fact sheets to local businesses about the project, and other communication tools such as signs when needed. Okay. While the current policy has helped support downtown businesses at a time when it matters most, we've heard that it needs to be expanded and tweaked a bit. First of all, the holiday construction moratorium focuses on city-led projects and does not give a lot of clarity to privately led projects. Second, when long-term construction projects, either private or city-led, close a public facility, either a sidewalk, a vehicular lane, for an extended period, that can be disruptive any time of year, not just during the holidays. And recent examples of that have been brought to our attention include Hotel Cerro, the construction for Hotel San Luis Obispo, and most recently the Anderson Hotel by Haslow. Okay. Given the input from downtown businesses, we're proposing a few changes to the 2003 resolution, which include the following. One is revising the language to make it clear that the holiday construction moratorium applies to both city and privately led projects, requiring notification for any long-term constructions in the downtown for any time of year, and requiring that the notification be the responsibility of the party leading that construction. I also just wanted to mention that the city has the authority to impose this responsibility under the Municipal Code Section 12.04.060 regarding the review of encroachment permit applications. Just to drill down a little more into the specifics of these changes, the conditions that would require notification would include the following. One is defining what long-term means, and we're defining that as meaning 10 cumulative business days or more. And that would apply to all downtown construction projects that require long-term closure of a sidewalk, bike lane, parking lane, or travel lane. And as far as whom would be notified, it would include any business within 300 feet of the impacted area, as well as downtown SLO, so that they can inform their members as just another avenue of getting the word out. What will the notifications look like? For city-led projects, this would of course be done in-house. For private-led projects, we're proposing that the property owner or the contractor do the notification. However, we intend to provide as many tools as possible to make this as easy as possible, including providing mailing lists and email addresses when we have them available, as well as providing template door hangers that would be filled out with appropriate information and can be reproduced. And with that, I said it would be short. We said it would be short. We'll end with the staff recommendation as per the edits to the revised resolution attached to the staff agenda correspondence.
That was short, wow. Well, thank you, and I really appreciate this discussion. And I know that even more recently when we had the original parking structure demolition of the Palma de Pomo, there were comments around some people received hangers, some people didn't, door hangers. It was really confusing what was happening. So any way we can help the public know what's happening in near their business or their home is really important. Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you. Appreciate the brief presentation as well. One question that I had when reading the staff report was, since this is a change from just city-led projects to city and private-led projects, what is the mechanism for informing the contractors or builders or of a private-led project that this is now, that there's this notification responsibility? Is it part of the development agreement? How does that get translated to them, and then how do we ensure that it happens?
So it will be part of the encroachment permit application, and also be part of the engineering standards as well too. So those are two avenues. Matt, can you think of any others?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So the encroachment permit, the plan check comments, it'll be through the traffic control plan submittals. They'll be notified of that as well. And those are the mechanisms that for that private folks would be aware of that. Secondarily, though, too, is this is a new requirement for all public and private projects. And this also, this is kind of matches standard practice of what we've done through the holidays, but we haven't communicated that completely out as well as this resolution will do.
I would suspect there will be a learning curve, and so just trying to understand what we would do to ensure that it's happening correctly.
Sure, and I just might want to add, so it'll be a learning curve for the contractors, but this, while we're being very, 10 calendar days in the downtown and construction shall occur, the construction's a bit dynamic and it changes, and so we will go in with our best effort to stay with these days. Sometimes things change, sometimes things go a little bit longer, and so it's not going to be perfect. So there'll be days out there where, someone's out there for 12 days and they haven't applied the correct notification. But all in all, businesses in the community will have much better information than they do now.
Awesome. And then my second question was, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think the boundaries where this would apply is larger than what the downtown SLO district area normally is. So are we concerned about the discrepancy in the the different size of, because one of the notification avenues is the businesses and property owners within 300 feet, but also through downtown SLO. So there's probably a slight discrepancy between the boundary size of downtown SLO's group and the larger boundary. Are we concerned about that?
No, actually, well, let me tell you how we selected the boundary. And so we have a couple different boundaries that we use in the city. One is the downtown San Luis Obispo boundary, and then we also have the planning boundary, which is up on the screen. You'll see the black line on the display is what we proposed for this resolution. The red line shows the downtown SLO boundary. And so in order to not create a new boundary, we selected the boundary that had the most amount of commercial properties in that area and extended out a little bit further down Monterey. We felt that this would provide everyone more information about construction projects by using this boundary. So that was the rationale.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? Any public comment?
Yes, we have one, Jim D'Antona.
Well, good evening. Jim D'Antona, President CEO for the SLO Chamber of Commerce. Really appreciate staff and the council and removing the public inconvenience fee piece. I think that does not serve the purpose. The notification, we certainly understand as business owners, as projects are developing, obviously at least if you can understand what's coming, you can make your adjustments. The only question I had on the report was regarding the moratorium on construction from Thanksgiving to, and that goes on private projects too. Is that specific only to when it modifies the street, sidewalk? For instance, the Anderson Hotel right? We don't want them stopping construction right now for 30 days just so they can stay 30 days longer on some other side. I think that's what was in there as I was reading it, but I just wanted to get that clarification. But other than that, we certainly support the idea of notification and appreciate all the work the staff has done on this. Thanks.
Thank you so much. If it's okay, I'd like for you to be able to explain that on record. That would be great.
Absolutely, yeah. So the intent of the no construction in the downtown between Thanksgiving and New Year's Day is to allow businesses to have their most profitable times interrupted free of construction. So existing projects that are moving forward, like the Anderson Hotel construction, would not stop, it would move forward. But if the Anderson Hotel wanted to start construction tomorrow, we would say, no, let's wait until January 2nd and then we'll go forward. So that's the rationale. Little caveat here. There's going to be minor things that happen throughout the holiday period. Some people will need to get in to do things that will be of no disruption to anyone. Early in the morning, moving something and they'll be out really quick. We allow that stuff to occur. So we really want to work with the community so they can move forward their projects at the same time not causing distress conflict to the business community.
And if there was a case of an emergency or something of that sort.
On the record, yes. Emergency gas line, anything like that, we will take care of that.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you. And just to further clarify on that, would it only be applicable if, as in the staff report, it said if the development was going to impact the sidewalks, park lanes, bike lanes, or drive path? So could new construction begin over 10 days during the holiday period if it didn't impact those things? Or, because that's how I understood it, but.
Yeah, but I don't believe that would be an encroachment permit at that point.
Okay.
They have to come into the public right away before.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, if there's no other questions, is there a motion? Vice Councilmember Shoresman.
I'll go ahead and move approval with staff recommendation.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
I will second.
Wonderful. City Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for bringing this to us. Okay, next we have 7A. And at this point, I believe Vice Mayor Pease has a comment.
Thank you. I will be recusing myself from this item due to my professional work in green building. Thanks.
Deputy City Manager Herman will kick off the existing buildings energy efficiency retrofit policy options discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We're happy to be here tonight. This is an important discussion as it relates to our climate action plan and our current major city goal and the ambitious goals that we have embedded within those documents. I also want to just take a moment to remind the council and the community that this is a study session. Study sessions are tools that we use to explore complex policy issues, and in particular when there's a wide variety of options that are available to the council to be able to address those issues. So there's no formal or final action contemplated for tonight, simply direction that we can receive to return to council for final action should that be the council's preference. I want to just briefly thank the staff from both the Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources and our Community Development Department on the work to get us to this point, and recognize that this will be a coordinated and joint effort going forward with implementation of any program. With that, I'll hand it over to Bob and Chris and Lucia and the rest of the team for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you, Greg, for the introduction. I'm just going to take us through the first few slides and provide a few introductory remarks. I'm Bob Hill and happy to be joined here with Chris Reed, my colleague and our sustainability manager. And also want to thank our Community Development Director, Timmy Tway, and Chief Building Official, Michael Lowe, for joining us, and again, it being a partnership in this potential existing building energy efficiency retrofit policy options discussion. And so before I get going through some of these slides in the recommendation, I just wanted to reflect briefly on really this path that we're in with our climate action plan, and that this is the work. This is perhaps some of the most challenging and difficult and work that will happen incrementally over a period of time. And it's going to be challenging, and I had an opportunity just recently with our city manager, Derek Johnson, to meet with an old friend and acquaintance that we both consider a mentor. And we asked him, how do we deal with some of these really challenging climate policy questions in today's environment and make sure that it works for everybody? And his response was that we really need to make a compelling conversation that what we're proposing is better than the status quo. And when it comes to climate change, that's difficult. For many of us, we don't see it happening in our daily lives right away. But that's despite the fact that last year was the hottest year on record on planet Earth. That's despite the fact that any given day you can pick up the newspaper and see climate-induced natural disasters happening all over the world. But I want to remind Council and our community that our climate action plan wasn't just about emissions reductions. It was also about a climate action plan for community recovery. It was published at a time and adopted at a time that was challenging in our community, and we wanted to make sure that all of the actions that we did that were climate action related were not just about emissions, but they're also about the betterment of our community, supporting our residents, supporting our business owners. And I think that tonight, the benchmark for us is that we're doing work where we can demonstrate that we're doing something that is truly for the betterment of our community and for property owners and for people who are living in buildings. And we'll get into some of these examples, but for example, an air source heat pump can do both heating and air conditioning. And so that's one piece of equipment that can provide air conditioning in times when we're experiencing a lot of extreme heat days. And so the list goes on that way. And so for us really, and I hope that the framework and the benchmark for our conversation tonight in this study session is to make sure that we find ways that we are doing something that's better than the status quo, addressing our climate action, and keeping that community recovery part firmly in mind. So with that, our recommendation tonight, briefly, receive a presentation, conduct a study session on energy efficiency retrofit policy options for existing buildings, and provide strategic direction to staff for pursuing those options. The agenda tonight is we'll go through some background. We'll talk about the policy context, the public engagement that work that we've done so far and that we'll continue to do. And we'll also talk about our research findings, that research being in not only published literature, but also comparative research with other cities and communities and learning about best practices and what other folks are doing and what's working. We'll get into some of our proposed energy retrofit framework and some policy options, and then we'll wrap up our discussion tonight with a schedule, next steps, and of course always opportunity for questions from council. So with that, I'll hand it over to Chris Reed to take the presentation and go through the background and those agenda items I just discussed. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Bob, and good evening, Mayor and Council. All right, we'll start with background. So in 2020, Council adopted the Climate Action Plan for Community Recovery, which included a goal of carbon neutrality by 2035 and 2 building sector goals. The first was to build zero emissions new buildings, and the second was to cut emissions from existing buildings in half by 2030. A quick sidebar here, we also have a goal of municipal operations carbon neutrality by 2030. We are writing our climate action plan and updating it. The community told us it was critically important to walk the walk. And so over the last several years, we've been doing that. Here you see on the graphics, on the left is our lead by example plan. In the center there is our grant funded carbon neutral city facilities plan. And these plans have already led to completed projects ranging from electric vehicles to electric buses to more recycling bins downtown. And most directly related to tonight's conversation, we just had 7 natural gas water heaters, many of which were at the end of their useful life, replaced with high efficiency electric heat pump hot water heaters in our own cities and facilities. And in this facility, actually, we were able to stack rebates and incentives, so the work came at no cost to the city. We'll be coming back to council in late spring with more information in our progress report on Lead by Example. I just wanted to share that as a quick sidebar. Okay, back to tonight's topic. So the city has had an adopted existing buildings emissions reduction goal since 2020. Actions to achieve this goal have existed in various plans and staff work programs, including most recently the 2023 to 25 financial plan. Climate Action Major City Goal Task 4.1.I directs staff to conduct a study session and, pending council direction, develop an equitable framework for cost-effective building energy retrofit policies. And so we're here tonight to complete that action and to receive strategic direction on next steps. And in a moment, we're going to present key research questions in our proposed policy framework. But before we do that, we just wanted to touch on public engagement. So we've been having broad conversations with the community about existing buildings since we began updating our climate action plan way back in 2018. In support of this study session, we've had much more detailed conversations with the community, with community organizations, and with technical experts. So regarding general community outreach, we released a survey and had 182 respondents provide a wide range of feedback and suggestions. But we also know that surveys can be self-selecting and not always representative of the community. So in anticipating this work, in 2022, we convened a group called the Green and Healthy Homes Roundtable. We met 8 times with this group over the last 2 years to discuss existing building retrofit considerations. And that group included representation from community service providers, affordable housing providers, low-income residents, contractors, and environmental and racial justice organizations. We also spoke with the community organizations that are listed on this slide as far as community outreach goes. And as far as the technical underpinnings of this work, we leaned really heavily on other cities and counties, peer cities and counties doing this, on regional incentive and rebate providers like Central Coast Community Energy and the Regional Energy Network. And we're lucky enough to work with Department of Energy and some of the national research laboratories on some of the work. Should council direct staff to pursue any of the policy options described tonight, that would be our cue to initiate the next round of stakeholder outreach ahead of coming back with any policy for council's consideration. Okay, one other note before we jump into our research questions and recommendations, I want to just note that we have these sort of 3 standing commitments. So our first commitment is cost effectiveness. And for us, this means the ability for the savings of a required measure to pay for the cost of that required measure. Second, we're equity focused, meaning we want to design a policy or set of policies that do not negatively impact low-income households, while simultaneously continuing to develop programs that provide incentives and technical assistance to allow access for low-income community members to these technologies so they can have access to things like cooling and cleaner indoor air. And third, we want to make sure that the work is aligned with our other major city goals. I think there's a 4th standing commitment that's not in the staff report, but I think it should go without saying, but just want to say it out loud that any policy we would develop would also be in alignment and within the confines of federal and state and other local regional law and regulation. And this is especially important to say in light of the recent Berkeley ruling, which we've talked about at length. But the sort of interpretation of that we've incorporated into these presentations tonight, and any policy development moving forward would be aligned with that. Okay, so to the research questions. As we set out on developing the study session, we came up with 4 key questions. And so we're just going to walk through those questions and some of our high-level findings. I'll say we could spend many hours talking through all of our findings, so we'll keep it high level. If you have questions, we'll be happy to answer and provide that detail. So our first question is a really important one. Are existing incentives and rebates sufficient to achieve the city's goal? In other words, do we even need to have this discussion about policy tonight in the first place? We've spoken with council a number of times about the historic scale and availability of rebates and incentives available to help folks improve their homes with energy efficiency and electrification options. In fact, the majority of our work program in this Climate Action Major City Goal is focused on creating programs that will really make it easy for folks to make those upgrades when the time is right for them. We were able to do some desktop modeling, and we looked at estimate of uptakes of this equipment based on the influence that rebates, incentives, tax credits, local programs, et cetera, would have on adoption rates through the end of the decade. And as noted in the council agenda report, and this is rough modeling, the future's hard to predict, but we think that on the high end, we could see upwards of a 20% reduction in existing building emissions through the end of this decade, just through the influence of these incentives and rebates. That requires that a lot of things go really right, and also points to the fact that there's about a 23% a gap there of emissions we still need to reduce in order to keep ourselves on track. And so our first key finding tonight is that available incentives and rebates are critical to the success of achieving our goal, but are likely insufficient to achieve adopted city goals. 2, what do we know about buildings in the city? At the highest level, we know we have about 10,500 single-family buildings. We have about 8,600 multifamily units, and that those are in buildings ranging from 2 units to many dozens of units. On the non-residential side, we know we have about 1,500 parcels with at least one non-residential building on it. And of those, we think about 150 of them are larger than 25,000 square feet. I will not continue to read stats about buildings all night. The point here is that the highest level is that we have really different buildings. And even within a single building sector, buildings can be really different. Even a single family home built in different vintages or across the town from each other will be really different. Our second finding is that the building stock and its occupants are diverse. And the implication there, the upshot, is that any kind of policy that we create will need to reflect that diversity and be flexible and adaptive. Okay, question 3, how is energy used in buildings in the city? Again, at the highest level, just sharing a couple of our key findings. And the first was a surprise as we dug into the data, and that's that in residential buildings, about 90% of gas use is used for heating water and heating space. So other end uses like stoves and dryers and other equipment has a pretty minor use of gas in residential uses. This is roughly true for non-residential buildings as well, but there is some more variability due to specific end uses in non-residential buildings. And third, this is highly intuitive, but it's important to say out loud that large buildings use much more energy than smaller buildings. And so there's an opportunity to reduce emissions at a greater level in buildings that are larger. Okay, our key finding here is that the large majority of natural gas consumed in existing buildings come from water heating and space heating. And this is really important because it helps us tune into the types of retrofits and energy improvements that we can focus on that can be cost effective while also being highly impactful in helping us achieve our greenhouse gas emissions goals. Question 4 is, when are major building upgrades typically made, and what have other cities done at those points to influence energy efficiency retrofits? We identified 3 points where upgrades are typically made. That's when a permit is pulled as the building owner is making a major addition or alteration to their property. It's when a building is undergoing a transaction, also known as the time of sale. And for larger buildings, upgrades occur as part of standard maintenance. So for the rest of this presentation, and the next part here, we're going to walk through each of these triggers and talk through 1 or 2 policy options that are available to influence improvements when these events occur. And we'll start with additions and alterations. So the policy idea here is to require energy efficiency retrofits when a building undergoes a major addition or a major alteration. Under this approach, a building owner could choose from a menu of efficiency options ranging from insulation to a heat pump hot water heater. And the examples we've looked at do this via amendments to the California Energy Code. And as a result of that, required improvements would necessarily need to be cost effective, and compliance would be reviewed as part of our permit review process. Community members via the agenda correspondence asked really important and good questions about how and when something like this might apply. And we'll talk about that a little bit more at the end of the presentation. But the summary here is that this policy and this time is a relatively straightforward policy to develop and administer. However, there is a limited number of major additions and retrofits that occur in any given year. As a result, staff expects that this policy would account for a 1% to 2% reduction in total existing building emissions by 2030. So next we'll move to the time of sale policy. The policy idea here is to leverage the moment when a transaction takes place to encourage or require energy efficiency improvements. Now, it's important to note that staff isn't coming forward with a specific recommendation tonight, but rather is providing a range of options that could occur at the point of sale. On one side, the least intensive option would be a disclosure requirement. You can see the image on the slide here of what's called a home energy score sheet, and this is for a home in the Bay Area. The disclosure requirement would mean that when a homeowner had their home inspection done as they were getting ready to sell their house, the inspector would gather some additional information, and this home energy score would be generated. It would then be provided either as part of a listing or as part of the transaction. On the other end of the spectrum, so a more intensive policy version of point of time of sale, would require that certain improvements happen at that time of sale. And these can range from electrical panels being up to 200 amps or to having outlets available where natural gas appliances are, or even direct requirements for energy efficiency improvements. Now, we know that this policy is complicated and would necessarily need to be nuanced to be successful. In outreach conducted to date, we've already learned a tremendous amount about the challenges that exist and what success could look like. And so should council direct us to move forward with continuing to evaluate a time of sale option, we would commit to working closely with realtors and other community organizations to make sure we develop a policy that's reasonable and effective. And we would expect to have a bigger impact here, estimated 2 to 5% reduction in total existing building emissions by 2030. The final time that building owners make improvements to their buildings are during periods of maintenance. And these are much more likely to occur in large buildings, which typically have standard maintenance cycles. The policy idea here is to require that large building owners track and disclose their energy use and/or use low emissions alternative equipment and appliances when they're ready to replace the equipment. This policy option is commonly referred to as a building performance standard, and this policy idea has typically been used by larger cities in the past, but is increasingly becoming something that medium and small cities are establishing to reduce emissions. On the plus side, cost-effective improvements in large buildings could lead to large reductions in emissions. However, these programs are highly technical and could require additional staffing or overhead resources. The potential is large though, and we think we could see between a 10 to 15% reduction in emissions as a result of a building performance standard. This takes us to key finding 4. There are a relatively limited number of events when building owners make major improvements. And given the diversity of buildings and the way that energy is used in our buildings, a city policy is likely necessary for each of those events in order for the city to achieve its adopted goals. And with those 4 findings in mind, we'll now turn to the proposed framework. Our proposed framework has 2 components. The first is to return to council in early 2024 with an ordinance for cost-effective additions and alterations retrofit requirements. The second is to work closely with realtors and other stakeholders to research the feasibility of a time of sale requirement for single-family homes and a building performance standard for large buildings. In both cases, on council's direction, staff would move to the next level of technical research and stakeholder engagement to develop policies that are reasonable and effective. Also in both cases, should the additional research yield findings that a policy is infeasible, staff would come back to council with that finding. So since we've identified the additions and alterations policy as being ready in the near term and something we've seen occur in a lot more cities and folks are already implementing, we wanted to spend a moment on some of the important policy considerations. And we phrase these as questions in the council agenda report, and the agenda corresponds today really rephrase those as statements just for clarity. But the 3 components of the additions and alterations policy we're presenting here for consideration. First is applicability. So our recommendation is that we develop policies that are applicable to single and multifamily major additions and alterations. Clearly, important work needs to go into further defining key terms like alteration to ensure the reasonableness and nexus between the project and the required efficiency measure. The second consideration is size. We recommend that a project be triggered by the square footage of an addition or the percentage of an existing building area for an alteration. We had examples in the agenda report saying 250 square feet or 25% of floor area, and those were illustrative to explain sort of what we meant by that, but those weren't specific standards. And our work in the next phase would be to identify the right trigger size. And finally, exemptions. Here we recommend developing reasonable exemptions to ensure that required improvements are, for example, a small part of the overall project cost, or if there are unexpected conditions that provide that means that compliance is infeasible, there's a pathway for that. Taken together, our proposed policy framework includes a near-term, smaller policy option that can be implemented rapidly, concurrent with the further evaluation of long-term policy options. We think this makes sense for 3 reasons. First, it starts small. This gives us multiple opportunities over time to scale up or step back as lessons are learned. Second, it covers each building sector. So across the 3 policies, we would address single family, multifamily, and non-residential buildings. And finally, similar to the first, but it takes action on what is feasible now, while also providing time to further explore the feasibility of larger policy options over the next year. All right, we'll conclude with schedule, next steps, and questions for council. So should council direct staff to continue to develop an additions and alterations policy, we would initiate that work immediately and would be ready to come back in March of 2024 with the proposed ordinance for council's consideration. And if adopted on that schedule, would be ready to implement the policy as early as June of that year. If staff is directed to continue to research and evaluate the time of sale and building performance standard policy options, we would initiate that work immediately as well and could continue that work through the end of the next calendar year, at which point we would return in late 2024 or early 2025 to council with our findings. All right, and we'll close with some guiding questions for council. The intent here is to receive high-level policy direction, and if there's a confirmation of continuing an approach, to also hear about some key factors we want to consider as we move forward. So our first question is, does council want staff to continue developing an additions and alterations policy? And if so, we'd look for any feedback that council may have on applicability, size, exemptions, et cetera. We'd also look for any key stakeholders or community groups you think we should be engaging with that we haven't already. Second, does council want staff to continue researching a potential time of sale and/or an energy performance standard policy? And if so, what factors do you want us to design for? And here, just what considerations do you want us to keep in mind? Are there key community groups or organizations you'd want us to engage with? And are there components of those policies you're particularly concerned about or are particularly interested in? And the third question here is really just asking, are there any ideas that we missed? Is there something else you'd like us to look into? So this concludes staff's presentation to council, and I'll leave the questions on the screen, and we're happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you do me a favor, please? Can you go back to the community engagement slide just so I could make sure I'm seeing all the people? And with any of those in the community organizations, are CAPSLO or People Self-Help Housing or HASLO part of those? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. CAPSLO and, sorry, the organization you asked for, CAPSLO.
People Self-Help Housing and HASLO.
CAPSLO and HASLO participated as members of the Green and Healthy Homes Roundtable. Also, during the presentation, we pointed to some of the work we're doing outside of the policy area. We're also really happy to share that we were recently awarded a Department of Energy prize to develop low and moderate income services to support building electrification. And we're doing that in partnership with Diversity Coalition San Luis Obispo, but also CAPSLO.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, actually, I'm really glad that you brought up that partnership because I wanted to ask a question about what that would look like and if that partnership, you anticipate that being up and running by June when we potentially have the first piece of this new ordinance rolling out.
Thank you for the question, council member. The Buildings Up prize is to do sort of two things. One is to look at the low income homeowners in our community, and that typically is mobile home owners. And so it's looking at the specific technical and components of supporting retrofits there. We know there's going to be around $14,000 per low income homeowner of federal funding coming, and so wanting to make sure we have support structure around that for folks that want to take advantage of that, they're able to do that. Concurrent, that's one sort of the middle circle, but concentric circles out of that, we want to make sure that work really supports the creation of a concierge type service that folks can access to eliminate the complexity of this work, but achieve the benefit of it. I think one of the things that we're really interested in doing is, as we're developing the programmatic side, making sure it facilitates ease of compliance with any kind of policy we have. I doubt very much so that there'll be a service up and running by June. I think we'll have some initial research and development, but we may, as early as middle towards third quarter of next year, have some of the initial services available.
So if we didn't have that concierge service up and running by June, do we anticipate that it might be something where we kind of stagger the rollout? So the requirements in place, but maybe we don't have the resources or the ability to help people navigate those resources in place yet. So how do we kind of roll that out in an equitable way if everything's maybe not coming out at the same time? Did that question make sense? I'm sorry.
On the additions and alterations policy, which is the near-term policy, right? So these are for very, very large additions and alterations. Would likely be, again, we would spend the next several months developing the specific triggers. And by upshot of that, there would be certain implications of the dollar value of those projects, but they typically be quite large projects, and folks would already, by dint of going to the planning counter for a permit for a project that size, would already have general contractors and other things under in mind. So we're looking for the low and the equity focused services to really be providing the resources to folks that are not able to procure contracts
outside of this initial
However,
policy.
There's a number of other efforts we're doing to facilitate access to the rebates and incentives, including thinking through what it looked like to leverage that program to have a call center for everyone else. Maybe it's not as intensive a touch. Maybe it's not a concierge service, but it is a resource to help say, okay, you're calling, you want to do a heat pump hot water heater. Here's the 3 incentives. Here's how you file for your tax credits. And here's what that means for the cost effectiveness of your project. And the last thing I'll say is if we were to do an additions and alterations policy, move forward with that, very much so would have to be cost effective. And so we would do substantial additional research to look at, we have about 10 projects that are completed. We have data on how much that costs, but we would do additional research in that space to understand both how much projects cost and what common barriers are to project success.
Excellent. And actually that kind of brings up the next piece that you and I have talked about already, that one of our bottlenecks in all of this is having our local construction businesses and those folks registered in the various programs and up to speed on all of the different incentives that are available. And so I guess I was thinking about, we're talking about alterations being rolled out already in June, and that's pretty exciting. But how do we ensure that we have everybody up to speed so that we're not creating a bottleneck for folks who are ready to do those alterations to their home, and then their folks that they're working with aren't necessarily registered in the program yet?
Thank you for the question. And I think if we get direction to develop an additions and alterations policy, and as part of our research, we find there's not workforce to do the work. It's infeasible to do the work. We would come back to council with that finding and an explanation of why. But I think alternately, there's organizations like the Regional Energy Network who are well-funded to do workforce education and training, and there's also a growing opportunity for labor force expansion here. And so we think there's a great workforce development pillar here that we look forward to supporting.
So really focusing on leveraging those partnerships then in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
If I may, thank you, Chris and Councilmember. I just wanted to add a couple of quick things, is that the Buildings Up prize, so we've received those funds already. That's a lump sum and it's here now. So that means that we are right now starting to develop the requisition for the resources that we need to use to actually stand up that program. So while I think Chris is right that we need to do this work in front of us, should council move that direction between now and March, and building that program as well by June may be a little bit ambitious, but we're hot on that path. So I just really wanted to emphasize that point, and to reiterate that some of our partners like the Tri-County Renewable Energies Network and Central Coast Community Energy are providing not only financial resources, but also technical supportive resources as well, including with the real estate community as well, not just with contractors and owners.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the conversation about mostly the first research question and how there's not enough incentives to kind of really move the needle. And I know Councilmember Francis and I have both experienced this recently in trying to do electrification projects in our homes, and it's hard to wade through all of the incentive programs. And while I know that isn't really the meat of the topic tonight, I think it's important to bring up because it is sort of tangential and it's a problem that runs alongside all of this new work that we're talking about tonight. I had a question about, well, actually, I'll go with the one that's related to the slide here around public engagement. It seems to me that on the topic of alterations, a group that might be missing here, and maybe you did talk to them or are already planning to include them, but property owners of like property management companies and owners of rental housing that may be doing alterations seems like an important population for that particular element. And then slide 24, if you could go to that one. I think it was, yeah. So are you proposing that you would feel you could, I see the near-term step and that sort of what I would view as the lowest hanging fruit here that you could do the quickest is the alterations and additions changes, but would you propose to do time of sale and building performance standards on large buildings kind of concurrently then? Or how would you prioritize those other two items?
Yeah, thank you for the question. In both cases, there's additional stakeholder outreach, additional technical research, as well as just a need to understand how the funding and regulatory environment will play out over the next year. So we know the Department of Energy has resources to support building performance standards, including potential direct financial support for the administrative overhead to set up a program and possibly even operate a program. But we don't know what the terms and conditions of those are or if it will be appropriated at the predicted levels. And so taking a year, for example, gives us time to learn more about that, dive deeper into, there's some pro bono work being completed by the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory looking at some of our existing buildings, understanding what the opportunities are. So giving us a year allows us to understand more about what the opportunity is, more about the resources are, and then develop relationships with building owners and property management organizations around what the challenges are. But because we're taking a year to do that, it's not a super high burn intensive work. We can evaluate both options concurrently.
Okay, thank you for that. I know you mentioned some of that in the staff report, but I appreciate you saying it out loud. We did receive some agenda correspondence about some other areas that aren't really seeming like they're covered in this, and I know you put it in the agenda correspondence that you sent out, but for those who didn't maybe see that, can you talk a little bit about other appliances? And I know that some of this relates to the Berkeley case, but we did receive some questions about why are we not focusing on other types of appliances and outdoor heaters and leaf blowers and things like that that are also emitters?
Thank you. And the sort of two questions there. One is around why we aren't talking here about things like outdoor heaters or decorative fire features. As you'll recall, in our September council meeting, when we adopted new energy efficiency standards, in a post-Berkeley world, we're sticking strictly to energy efficiency and compliance with EPCA. And as a result, the sort of restrictions in place on those appliances that were adopted via Municipal Code Chapter 811, we're no longer enforcing against and have a limited ability to do so. So similarly, in the conversation we're having tonight on existing buildings, we are similarly constrained.
Okay, my last question, I doubt you're going to have the answer to this one, but just in case, I'm going to throw it out there and see. Your report is wonderful at explaining about how much you think we will gain towards our really ambitious 2030 goal from each of these measures. You know, you said 2 to 4% of our 50% reduction for the retrofitting and alterations element. For time of sale, you estimate 2 to 5% reduction, and for time certain large buildings, you suggest that maybe 20 to 30% of our goal we might be able to reach through that element. Wondering if you have any way of estimating the other piece that we're not really talking about tonight are those of us in the community who are able to and attempt to do this on our own voluntarily. Do we have any way of estimating how much of that is happening to get us towards our goal?
So as a local government, we're able to receive aggregated consumption data from SoCalGas and from PG&E. So one of the ways we can evaluate is sort of a post facto when we get the 2022 data to look back to see if there was a dip in the residential space. That's not a per unit basis, but that is sort of a big picture way that we evaluate our progress and our goals. There are other ways of looking at it. So one, there's a data resource that the tech program provides, and they're the provider of statewide incentives and rebates. And you can download essentially project information about every heat pump, hot water heater, and HVAC system that has taken advantage of an incentive. And so, we see 10 hot water heaters in the city and 12 or 15 HVAC systems. And so that's anecdotal. It's not complete, but it helps paint a picture, and we can maybe look at year-over-year progress there.
Cool, good to know. Thank you.
Thanks for the good question. I might add as well, at the time that we originally established the Climate Action Plan for Community Recovery in 2020, and in this particular sector, 50% would be something that we want to achieve. We knew that this would be a hard thing to do, right? And that's why we tried to be reasonable about it. And here we also worked very closely with our technical consultants at that time, looking at demand curves and trying to make assumptions about what we think the uptake of this type of equipment would be. At that time, the way that the state and federal government is going, the way that the incentives and tax credits and rebates were going weren't there. And so I think that part of the environment is perhaps a little bit more robust than we knew about in 2020. One thing that we're seeing already is in that same kind of context, what we thought would be reasonable uptakes about electrical vehicle sales has outpaced our assumptions, although we're also now starting to see some of that cool off given interest rate environment and that kind of thing as well. So it wasn't totally arbitrary. There was definitely some research around what we think those targets were going to be. And, and of course we could have turned it all the way up to 100%, but we knew that probably wasn't realistic.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. I wonder, you were asking about missing pieces and sort of a follow-up to what Councilmember Shoresman was talking about. I'm wondering if you could possibly consider developing some kind of program that would offer incentives for people to do this voluntarily. And this is a question, right? I'm not coming up with, but I'm remembering back in the day when we were really facing a drought, and there was an incentive program for people to switch to low-flow toilets. And we put the onus on the construction segment of the business world. If you're going to build a house, or if you're going to build a complex or project, you have to put low-flow toilets in there. And if you want to do that, you have to find people who will accept a low-flow toilet. And I can't remember if the city paid for it or exactly how it worked, but they actually kind of mobilized the development community to help with the whole retrofit. That's an example. Now, the other thing that I recall is when we did the earthquake retrofits. Now, that was a hard kind of coming down on people and saying, you have to do it. This was after this terrible earthquake that destroyed a lot of Paso Robles. So that's another side of the whole thing. So I'm noticing that you're talking about kind of a more of an enforcement kind of approach, sort of a strategy, and I think that's good. I mean, but I'm wondering if there would be some other kind of incentives, because I think there are a lot of well-meaning people who, low income, high income, who just would like to do this to help fight climate change. So that's something perhaps you can put in your hopper and think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks. Councilmember Marks. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Marks. Thank you, Councilmember. It's a really important question. You know, we looked back at the data for the water heaters I was talking about earlier. We saw that the average install cost was $5,000, but the average, let me make sure I get this right, the average rebate was something like $3,800. The average net cost was like $1,700. So there's substantial incentive there already. That's before they can take a 30% tax credit on that project, and before the California Energy Commission's program is rolled out in 2024 that can provide between $7,000 and $14,000 for low and moderate income households. And so I think one of the things that we heard in the Green Healthy Homes Roundtable is that the incentives are there. It's actually the complexity of the incentives that is the barrier to participation. And so for us, when we think about how we want to apply resources to supporting this work, it's around creating programs that can patch all of those incentives together to allow folks to access that money and improve their buildings. I'll also note that in the examples that we looked at for additions and alterations policies, you know, if you have a menu of things you can choose from to comply with the policy, and one of those items is a heat pump hot water heater, most of the examples we looked at said, do you already have a heat pump hot water heater? Great, check it off, good to go. And so that would be a way that we could, you know, essentially honor the fact that people are doing this work throughout the community and not be sort of doubly intense on that.
Yeah, I had another question. Let's just say you had a house that had a leaky roof, okay? Poorly insulated, leaky roof. But they wanted to add another bedroom because then they could put another tenant in there and make some more money. Is there, how do I put this? I think it would be good to look at the definition of what these kind of the methods of actually making the home more energy efficient, not just putting in a heat pump or, you know, this machine or that machine or like that, but also looking at the structural integrity of the house. And you know, because I mean, I say this over and over again, the city really needs to be concerned about the quality of our housing stock. So you might have a rental that's owned by someone who just wants to, you know, make the rental more profitable, and they want to do an addition, but then it's actually kind of falling apart, the place. So I don't know how those pieces would fit together, or if it's really possible to address those kinds of issues.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks. I might just jump in and try and take a stab at that. I think it's a great question. And I think Chris mentioned it at the beginning of the presentation, but everything that we'd be contemplating in any program we'd bring forward would need to be done through our energy code. That's the current regulatory framework that we have to work within. Mm-hmm. And given that we would be regulating towards effectively an aggregated efficiency standard, that would be for things that are accounted for as a part of the energy code. So the set of choices that someone could choose from, there would be choices in there, but those choices would be defined by what's counted via the energy code towards achieving those efficiency scores. So there's a kind of a finite universe that folks will have to choose from, and that's defined by the state code process.
Okay, so the definition would be not really be the cities, but it would be the energy code. Is that that's what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay, and then just one other thing is that I think it would make sense to include the plumbers and pipe fitters union and the electrical union, Cuesta College and Hancock College that have these certificate programs, you know, people I know who are trying to get a heat pump, for instance, and they can buy the heat pump, but they can't find a plumber who actually knows how to install the darn thing. So, you know, there's a workforce development aspect, and it's possible that inviting them into the conversation might have some positive results that way. So that's all I have right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in the key engagement groups, definitely had in my mind that were the different labor unions that have to do with building involved in the community engagement. Sorry, I'm going to keep going back to that slide. I apologize. So I mean, one of the complaints I hear from people in general is they're trying to install something and they can't because they can't find someone who even knows how to do it for the green work, let alone the fact that people are booked out for a year to 2 years. So I look at that timeline and I'm like, how is that going to happen when people that want work done today can't even find someone? But that's maybe a different question. But so were the labor unions engaged in the engagement process? Oh, wait. You can just keep it on.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. We didn't talk directly with the unions at this part of the process. We've spoken with them in past efforts and would be happy to engage with them as part of any next steps we take. I also will note that we have spoken with staff from the Workforce Development Board. We spoke with Mr. Johnson, Lee Johnson in our Economic Development Group, and folks at blanking on the name, Melissa James, Reach, thank you, at Reach, around the opportunity for workforce development. I think maybe a year and a half or 2 years ago was a little bit early, but now that we are seeing these resources come in and we are hearing a steady drumbeat of, I want to do the work, but don't have access to labor, I think there's a real opportunity to, and we are reconnecting with those folks to bring forward some programming there. So this is definitely, as a small city, being a workforce development agency is not feasible, but leaning on our partners and sharing with them resources and insights so they can make decisions that can support our workforce is sort of what we're working on.
Great, thank you. And I assume also kind of in the same realm of Councilmember Marks, Cuesta or Santa Barbara Business College and involving people who are in that workforce part, but at the same time, again, by the time they're trained, that'll be a bit later, so it seems concerning. And then as far as neighborhood groups, obviously many people know Residents for Quality Neighborhood, but there are many different neighborhood groups unofficially as well. And just when I think about property owners and is this a question that people have, I think that you would get a lot more feedback in a way that would be useful of what people are thinking right here in this community and what challenges they might have. Some are just the complexity, as you were mentioning, but also I would be concerned around similar to people that don't downsize because of the financial cost of downsizing. It would cost more to go find something with less rooms at this point versus 20 years ago when they bought it. How do we help not create a negative consequence or an unintended consequence for people who financially are on a fixed income, whether it is a little more of a fixed income because of retirement or literally on Social Security, but they happen to be house rich because it was passed down or whatever reason. Has that conversation been had?
I think that with the equity lens, we've been having that conversation and thinking about that through all the policies. I think where we've heard that concern most and share that concern is in a potential time of sale policy, and if there were any additional cost requirements as someone was maybe cashing on their equity and that was their major source of income for the rest of their life, like any costs associated with that could impact them. So that's definitely a consideration that we would, if we're directed to continue to pursue, would work to design against and to ensure that the way that those are set up, that we address those edge cases and have policy and programming in place that prevent that from happening.
And even pretend the leaky roof wasn't a leaky roof, it was a fine roof, but it was, the house would have to have some other additional changes that would be required and enforced if they wanted to add on. I'm just curious why we're going with the stick method first versus the incentive, because the reimbursement aspect is sometimes cost prohibitive for people. So I'm just curious about that.
Thank you, Mayor. The goals in front of us, I think, require that we invest heavily in the carrot. Working, really focusing on incentives, rebates, programs that surround that, working on programs that serve very specific building stocks and community groups in our region. And that is where most of our work is going towards. And even when we model the highest impact of all of that work, we still find ourselves coming up short, which is why we're presenting these policy options tonight.
My key finding number one is what it is. Thank you. City Manager Johnson, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and members of council, I just want to maybe zoom out just a little bit in the conversation and just talk a little bit about, kind of the macro perspective of, we got to take our policies into context, and that, the state, the federal government through the Inflation Reduction Act is, allocated, billions of dollars. And just so the California Energy Commission right now is in the process of receiving feedback on the rebates. So those programs are not fully implemented just yet. They'll be eligible up to $8,000 for whole home retrofits. They're in the process of receiving comments on those, and it's scaled based upon, the amount of efficiency and the level of income. On top of that, there's also $10 million statewide for contractor training. So there's some funding that the different trades groups and the Workforce Investment Board will be able to tap into. So there's kind of just zooming out, there's that happening at the federal and state level that really, will have an interplay, but it's not necessarily the pieces, they will become important pieces at some point. And I think they're important pieces for the council to consider as we think through ultimately this, when it comes back to the council.
Thank you. I appreciate that concept. And I also, if you don't have the money to start, a rebate doesn't matter. And that's my concern, is how do we help, is it almost as though there's a program where someone else is going to get reimbursed and so the work can still get done? Because otherwise we're still going to have the people who have the least income not able to make these changes, and the people who have the least income probably are living in the houses that need the most retrofit. So I'm just trying to figure out how we engage with that. So that's why I'm asking the questions.
I just don't think we know. Is it going to be on a reimbursement basis? Is it going to be cash? Some of these programs work directly with the contractor. I just don't think we know just yet exactly how the programs will work. The state and the CEC are right now in the process of receiving comments, and I'm certainly happy to circle back with our sustainability team and our ledge team to see, do we weigh in, given I think that there are some real barriers for whether or not people have the liquid assets to be able to then advance the money before they're reimbursed through some rebate program.
Great, thank you. Well, that's all my questions at this moment. Go ahead.
Just may add one more thing there. In regards to the additions and alterations policy, the examples we've seen and as we recommend are based on size of a project, but also have safeguards in place for cost percentage of a project. And so we're capping that at 10 or say we cap it at 10%, and a water heater prior to rebates or tax incentives cost, let's call it $5,000. We're talking about projects that are $50,000 at a minimum, but we could, we can design for that. Obviously, the higher that threshold goes, the fewer projects come in, but that's a design question we can decide. And so if we're talking about large additions and alterations, which are likely much, much more expensive than that, and total valuation goes, it's going to be a relatively small percentage of that. And then this is something we'll have to just develop or learn more about over the next year should council direct us to. But for a time of sale policy, again, the percentage of the total transaction account is quite small relative to everything else.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I guess this is a little bit of a tangent, so I don't want to take us off too far, but I do wonder I think we'll be looking at our legislative platform pretty soon here. And it is, from personal experience, much easier when you're talking about all these incentives and doing improvements in your home. And I think the biggest impact is maybe not necessarily on the very low income. It's on those that have enough income to live, but maybe a retrofit is still kind of out of reach for them, is those programs where the incentives are all sort of managed and implemented, and all the paperwork behind the scenes is done by the contractor, or rather than the individual having to go online and try to wade their way through the whole process. It was much easier on a personal level to get my heat pump water heater replaced when all of that was done by the vendor that put the heater in for me. So maybe from a legislative advocacy perspective, we can put that into our platform maybe, and to try and make those things easier rather than providing our own incentives, since there's a lot out there, but making it easier for people to use.
That makes sense. Thank you. City Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilman Shores. These are excellent points. We hear you loud and clear. I think, in fact, this is part of the award. I mean, this is why we won the prize. I mean, because this is, we were one of, 40 or so entities across the United States that got this prize, because this is a tough one to crack. We don't have the answers tonight. We hear that we want good answers, and we'll try to figure these pieces out to the extent. And it's really, some of these questions are outside our hands. Really, it's up to the state to figure that out. But I agree with you. In my experience, the most efficient is really putting it in the hands of the contractor and have them be the direct recipient. I mean, that's how it works most days. These days, when you go to a retail shop, those rebates are happening directly at the cash register, pretty seamless for the customer. And I have to imagine that hopefully the state and the feds are paying attention to what the private sector is doing.
Thank you. Go ahead.
There are 2 more points, if that's okay. One, the emerging program that Mr. Johnson was talking about that is coming from the Inflation Reduction Act, there's an additional pot of money from the state that's also coming out, and both of those are going to be direct install point of sale programs. So those are for low and moderate incomes households. They will not require that those households find a contractor, manage payments, all these things. It will just come directly to them as what's called a direct install program. The other points escape me, so I'll move on. Thank you.
I had one more brief one, and that is that we've heard this one as well. And I think that Mr. Johnson, Mr. Reed are correct that the environment about how these things get done and is changing. And like they're hearing that, the way it is today is you may have to come out of pocket until you get that rebate check back, until tax time comes around. And even if you are whole in the end or substantially whole, most of it, you're still out of pocket for a while. And so one of the things that we've been exploring is there a way to create a revolving fund or a low or no cost credit facility to do that until such time as that happens. So far, we haven't been successful in those types of conversations, but particularly with feedback from council, we can continue to advocate that way.
Great, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. I know we just spoke about that at the League California Cities Conference that I was at last week, and just trying to figure out how do we get that, kind of redevelopment agency kind of style of help when it comes to these climate goals and programs. So thank you. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor, and that jogged my memory. We're talking about, we often think in terms of what can other organizations do to support here, and when we think about access to low or no interest financing or someone that can tie that together, there's really great examples of other community choice aggregators that have provided those types of programs and have become fully subscribed almost instantly. They can carry those costs. They are flexible enough to do that. And we have direct representation on those boards. So if it's part of a legislative platform update, it's a possibility. And then finally, in the Regional Energy Network, that organization takes the ratepayer funds that we pay, and they're there to serve us. And so we have broad latitude to provide feedback to them to shape their programming to support this work, and they're really hungry to support it. So another legislative platform idea would be some advocacy to the Regional Energy Networks programming to support this work even more directly.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Marks.
Yes, excuse me. I forgot to mention something, and I think it's really important, and you say in the staff report that we have a lot of different kinds of housing. I think it's important to be very respectful of our historical buildings. And we have we've got, a lot of these really darling Victorians out there, and, but when you look at the different times in history when these different structures have been built, different requirements applied depending on, what year it was. And so some of them are already more energy efficient than others. Some of these little Victorians, when the wind blows, it goes right through the house, so there's that. And I don't know if the CHC if you might want to contact the History Center or the CHC, because sometimes people have to go to the CHC to replace the windows in a house, and they want to have double pane windows, but the house is supposed to have, if you do anything to it, it's supposed to use the original materials. you know, it's a whole world that I don't understand completely, but I do think we need to introduce that aspect. And then also residents, RQN, Residents for Quality Neighborhoods, I think it's an important group to include in the roundtable. There's residents north of Foothill, Friends North of Foothill, I've forgotten the name of it, but there are a number of neighborhood groups that mostly consist of middle-class residents who do own their homes. Yeah, so I think that's all I have for now, and I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks. The historic property is one that we have spent some time thinking about, and you're right, if you have a Mills Act contract, it's going to say you can't change the character defining features of that property. If you have single panel, double hung windows, you're not going to be able to switch those out. So we've spent some time thinking about that as we're starting to consider what exemptions might look like. So that's one of the study questions, so that's a point of feedback. And I think sort of really defining what we mean by historic property will be important. And maybe that's, you know, the master list of historic places that the city keeps as an inventory, as opposed to keeping a broader definition of that. So something we can look at in terms of like really operationalizing and defining what that means.
And I know we don't really have tenant unions, so how do we have renters involved? I mean, aren't we about 2/3 renters in the city? So just trying to think of how do we involve renters, and not all of them are Cal Poly students. I'm talking about, you know, average people who live here and work here. So not that Cal Poly students don't, but just they're a little more transient than others. Councilmember Francis.
Oh, no, thank you for your question around engaging our rental population. I was glad, Mr. Hill, that you brought up the exemptions, because I actually had a question around what would be some examples of exemptions. So I'm glad you mentioned the historic designation. Are there other exemptions that you've already been contemplating? Just curious what you were imagining when you asked that.
Thank you, Council Member. There's a number of exemptions that folks have adopted based on local preference, but there's some core, and kind of if you could also think about it as how you define additions and alterations also as sort of some de facto exemptions. And so, you know, there's been some questions. If I want to replace my roof, that's 100% of the area of the building. Is that a major alteration? And clearly that's not the intent. If I replace my floor, do I have to have a water heater? And that's not, there's no clear nexus, it's not roughly proportional. It doesn't really make sense in the context of this. So how we define that will automatically exempt some of those sort of imagined cases of what this could be. Exemptions around historic structures, there's some like technical infeasibility. There's sometimes on-site conditions that are unexpected that prevent something from being installed. So there's any number of things like that we would look at.
Thanks for that clarification.
Well, thank you so much. Without any further questions, we'll move down to public comment.
Yes, we have several. The first one is Jocelyn Brennan, Justin Bradshaw, and Leslie Hall.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here to speak on behalf of the SLO Coastal Association of Realtors. I'm their government affairs director. And when they first hired me, they said the most important thing that you know is that we will vehemently oppose any point of sale thing that the city wants to do. So I'm here to read a letter from them. The San Luis Obispo Coastal Association of Realtors represents 1,200 real estate professionals, and we want to express our strong opposition to any proposed point-of-sale retrofit program. As outlined in the staff report for agenda item tonight, we advocate for the production of new housing stock and the preservation of property rights in order to help more Californians achieve the American dream of home ownership. Residential buildings account for only 12% of statewide greenhouse gas emissions. The transportation sector and industrial and commercial buildings account for 40%, 21%, and 12% respectively. There is widespread agreement that the most promising opportunities in the next decade for greenhouse gas reductions are in all-electric new construction of residential housing and low-rise commercial buildings. The California Energy Commission will assess the potential of GHG emissions in residential and commercial buildings by 40% below the 1990 levels by 2030. California's staggering housing costs have become the most significant driver of inequality in the state. Government must take steps to reduce the cost of housing, not increase it further for those who can least afford it. Point-of-sale mandates are costly to homeowners and can cause delays in closing for real estate transactions. Moreover, residential electricity is far costlier than natural gas when measured on an energy equality basis. And each year, many San Luis Obispo homeowners are retrofitting their homes of their own accord and moving to electric appliances without being required to do so. They receive rebates such as we talked about tonight. The realtors have a green committee and they receive training for energy efficiency organizations and share what they've learned with fellow realtors to assist in the dialogues with their clients who express interest in energy efficiency retrofits. It's important to note that the cost to retrofit a home to all electric appliances and systems is highly regressive. For well-to-do custom homeowners, it's about 3 to 4% of the home's total value, but for thousands of people who own a medium home price, the cost is 2 to 3 times greater, about 11 to 14%. While we fully support, to be clear, we do fully support the city's efforts towards sustainability and energy efficiency, we believe a point-of-sale retrofit requirement would place an undue burden on property owners and could have unintended negative consequences on the real estate market in San Luis Obispo and the Central Coast housing crisis. So implementing such a requirement would add complexity and potential delays to the real estate market, and this could lead to longer closing times, increased costs, greater uncertainty for both buyers and sellers. So please, I think I sent to you all a cost estimate of retrofitting, so please take a look at that, and thank you.
Justin Bradshaw, Leslie Hall, and Donna Davis.
Hello, dear council, Madam Mayor. My name is Justin Bradshaw. I'm a business owner here in SLO, a founding member of the SLO Climate Coalition, and a dad to a 12-year-old. It's been a while since I've been here to comment because you're doing such great work. And I didn't think it was necessary, but I have a small apology for that because I know it's important to get encouraging comments as much as the constructive criticism. With a rich history of climate action leadership already established in this chamber, I'm proud of what you've accomplished, as well as really excited for the item before you on the agenda. Thankfully, we have no SoCal gas mafia here, I mean union here tonight, but rest assured the skeptics of our work are out there and know how to be vocal. So history tells us the way we approach this topic is very important. Let's start with the facts. Climate change is real. It's bad, and we're committed to doing our level best to be carbon neutral by 2035 and to share with the world how we got here. We're on the forefront of this issue, as we should be. We know that existing buildings are a huge part of total emissions. We also know that reducing green natural gas appliances is the only way to get there, and that water and space heating are the main culprits for those emissions. Greenies like me are already taking steps to upgrade our homes. To my home with solar panels and a Tesla battery, I'm adding an 80-gallon Rheem smart water heater with Sunwork very soon, and we'll register it with demand response programs, so it's an asset to the grid on day one. I'll also be replacing my gas furnace with a heat pump soon after that, with the general federal, state, and community choice incentives available. But not everyone even knows about these opportunities and the benefits that come with an all-electric home. I'm an Apple consultant for small businesses and families, and when I tell them about this stuff, they hire me to help them do it because it's complicated. That's great for people who want and can afford the white glove experience and an expert on their side, but it's not going to get the whole city retrofitted. So I'm excited about the coalition's work to establish a carbon concierge program and encourage the city to support it. along with any other thing that's in your arsenal to get the word out, because the federal money alone is going to be a deluge this coming year, and it would be a shame for our community to miss out on that support. We need to move quickly with the options your staff has ready for you and keep others on the table so we can implement them as soon as possible. Keeping all options on the table, critically important. So that's my ask. Promote the benefits to the all-electric home, the opportunity for vast incentives, and be transparent about the need to move fast. Then back it up with strong policy that nudges, then cajoles, and then pushes our property owners to do the right thing so we can make good on our promise to be carbon neutral by 2035, and so we can show the rest of California, the United States, and the world how it's done. That's how it's done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Leslie Halls, Donna Davis, and then Jim Dantona.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, for this wonderful meeting. I've enjoyed it very much, and I appreciate the work that these consultants have put into this. Couple of things. We still have 100,000 cars a day driving up and down Highway 101 through our city. I would say most of them are not electric, so they are probably spewing greenhouse gases all over the place, and even if everybody here rode a bicycle, it really wouldn't put much of a dent into that. But I think tonight we're talking primarily about indoor air quality more than outside air quality. One of the first things your consultant said is that we need to take an incremental approach, and I think that's true. The lady from the Board of Realtors said it's not a good idea to do this at point of sale, and I can tell you as a member of Greenbuild, and Andy Peace was at this very same meeting, where this discussion came up several years ago about maybe making all homes be retrofitted at the time before they were sold. There was about an hour-long discussion, and this is Greenbuild, mind you. And finally, the answer was, no, we're not going to make that recommendation. There were a number of reasons. Number one, it would increase the house of the cost to people who are trying to buy a house. Number two, it would mean there would be no fixer-uppers where you could buy a cheaper house and then fix it up later with more, better appliances and windows and stuff. Third thing, which was somewhat mentioned, was that I could just see a house falling out of escrow, particularly now because of supply chain problems. My grandson broke my sliding glass window door in July with a BB gun, and I immediately called to get it replaced, and I just recently had it put in about 2 weeks ago. So there was close to a 5-month backlog on a lot of these things. So if you're gonna close something at a certain time and you can't get the hot water heater or the windows or whatever, everybody's on the short end of the stick. The last thing I wanted to say was that a lot of these loans and things don't mean anything to folks like me who don't itemize. And it was pointed out by someone, maybe it was Mrs. Shoresman or someone, who said, yeah, if you don't have the money, it doesn't matter. And I really have a problem with the city issuing loans to people to be able to do this. It still boils my blood that the San Luis Coastal School District loaned a superintendent who makes $5,000 a week $1 million to buy a house somewhere with no money down at 2% interest. I don't want to see the city get into that kind of thing with residents. I think it's terrible, and I'll never vote for another school bond issue. I am the president of the San Luis Obispo Property and Business Owners Association. We've been around at least since the 90s. We did not get any contact from anybody. We would certainly be willing to give our input into this. And again, I understand what you're trying to do, but there's just a lot of pitfalls here, and I don't think you want to mess things up. So let's move forward in a positive attitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Donna Davies, Jim Dantona, and Eric Fleck.
Hi there, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Donna Davies, resident of San Luis Obispo, and I'm voicing my opposition to the potential time of sale, AKA point of sale, in the study session. Although I know this is only a study session, a point of sale requirement for retrofitting a property during a real estate transaction would be, as many have said, an unfair burden and an unreasonable addition to slow home sales transactions. While I value the benefits of a community with 50% lower emissions, the process is what is objectionable, not the end result. My experience of 32 years of brokerage in a family real estate business operating since the 1960s has taught me a few things. Property transactions are expensive enough, often unpredictable, and too short of a time period to reasonably resolve large systemic changes. Per this council report from Herman and Reed, they quote a CEC study that found that 90% of natural gas use in homes is for heating water and air. Starting what seems like a reasonably priced project for a water heater and a new furnace often snowballs into a much larger issue, including serious safety and even habitability issues. Also, with potential for limited contractor and engineering availability, as some have mentioned, there's low feasibility in predicting how extensive these projects could be within the traditional 17-day period for a buyer's property diligence in a traditional 30-day transaction. Cancellation of transactions is a predictable outcome. During ownership, people underestimate the amount of money to maintain property and keep it habitable. Some of my seller clients sell because they literally cannot afford to maintain what they own currently. Their only option is to sell as is. As for buyers, I've had many clients live for years in a home without making changes until they can save up enough to afford more than the cost of mortgage, property taxes, HOA dues, and the ever-increasing cost of insurance. More costs and forced property changes will limit affordable housing and put an unfair burden on a few for the benefit of all. If safety, affordability, and inclusion are values of San Luis Obispo, other ways to lower emissions should be explored, including perhaps financial incentives for property owners. We must not have yet another time of sale requirement. This option will be ineffective and should be opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim D'Antona, Eric Fleck, and Shannon Windsor.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Jim D'Antona for the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. First, want to thank city staff. Mr. Reed, Mr. Hill gave great presentation of all this project for us. And the SLO Chamber of Commerce continues to support the implementation of the City of SLO's climate action plan and programs to reduce greenhouse gas emission. The Chamber recommends that in order to improve energy efficiencies in existing buildings being retrofitted or remodeled, like Councilmember Marks talked about, that incentives and limited permitting fees be offered. And as Councilmember Francis discussed, the Chamber also recommends that a concierge service be created to assist contractors, property owners, and homeowners in understanding the regulations and available incentives, such as tax credits and rebates. You heard from your staff here, I mean, they can get it down to a science, and if we had that, that would make the process so much easier. And having that in one place, potentially, as we did with solar, all of a sudden starts to make this viable. When looking at these different versions in the alteration additions, you know, considering the older housing stock that we have really requires kind of a replumbing of the house in order to make these things work. So it seems like we would need a major retrofit remodel to really make this a reasonable expense. So if we're changing 1/4 of the house, we don't know that we're getting to the places where we would actually need to replumb the whole thing, whether for HVAC or the tankless water heater. So even during a breakdown, if you had that where you had to replace your water heater, time is of essence now because you have to get that hot water back on or cool the house if, you know, as it continues to get too hot. I will, as you heard plenty from the real estate, we do believe that at the time of sale, if the idea was to have an entire conversion, that would not be a feasible idea. It'd be one more barrier to actually getting housing transactions and people into new housing. But if it was simply notification pieces or ideas or things that had to be included, that could be certainly something different. But if it's that full transaction, as we agree with the Association of Realtors and Ms. Davies, that would be a very difficult transaction. And certainly we love our brothers and sisters in labor, but I would also recommend maybe there might be some other plumbers and others who could certainly be included in that conversation because we'll have both levels of folks doing that kind of work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Kleck, Shannon Windsor, and Barry Rands.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Thank you for what's been a great 3 hours. I think especially too, we can all feel the tension in the room of trying to get it right. And there's a lot of different things at play. And we'll never reach a point, because life doesn't work that way, where they'll all line up perfectly and there's your path. So we need to find points of leverage, points of coalition, points of collaboration, points of light, if you will, to maybe be a bit more metaphoric. It's in that light that well, first, the gratitude again for this conversation and for the efforts from the city staff. I am here to advocate to direct staff to prioritize the near-term development of an electrification for additions and renovations policy, and also to direct staff, hopefully, to return to council within a year after completing a further evaluation. And the why behind that for me is the timing. And it's the timing, if we'll use the additions as the example. A lot of these appliances that are fossil fuel based, you're locking in for a decade to 14 years. So that's that kicking the can down the road. We can find ways around that. And maybe additions and alterations are that small nudge or that small push that is kind of like meeting somewhere in the middle of not describing some of these huge things like point of sale, but it becomes now part of the dialogue. It becomes part of the day-to-day. Also timing, which is brought up in the excellent presentations, is the IRA has $400 billion to $1 trillion over the next decade that are going to be available. It's government, you have to wait, it has to be vetted, people have to put their effort in to make it work, and then when it doesn't work, we have to fix it and make it work again. That takes time. This all takes time. We have to be comfortable with the time that it takes. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act is another $62 billion, and the CHIPS and Science Act is $54.2 billion. There's a lot of complexity. This is another reason, as has been mentioned, none of them are the same. Building types, so you have different age, stock, fuel types. It's gonna take time to work with coalitions of interests to make this all actually progress to where we're addressing the reality of climate change, but we're also addressing the lived experiences of people. And I'll tie that into my last comment, which is beyond those benefits and the increased potential health and safety that comes with a lot of these technologies and decarbonizing buildings, is that we have an opportunity to address historical inequities by pursuing more inclusive policies through decarbonization that prioritize those communities that have been underserved and most vulnerable to these continued fluctuations in energy costs. In summation, by pursuing an equitable decarbonization framework for the city of San Luis Obispo, we can seize these historic opportunities together and support our values as a community of inclusion and stewardship, not only for today, but for our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shannon Windsor, Barry Rands, and our final speaker is Eric Beal.
Hi, I'm Shannon Windsor. I'm with the Slow Climate Coalition, and I'm just going to read this. The city has set an ambitious goal sorry, I already messed that up. The city has set an ambitious and incredibly necessary goal to reduce emissions from existing buildings by 50% by 2030. Our city staff has done an incredible job to explore options to achieve this. They have creatively examined considerations and have made commitments to keep the solutions cost-effective, equity-focused, and aligned with city goals. There are only a limited number of moments when owners make these necessary improvements, so I encourage you to direct staff to continue to explore all options to reduce emissions from existing buildings and to present creative solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, Barry Rands, I'm with the Slow Climate Coalition, also a member of Citizens Climate Education. And I just want to say thank you for such a great presentation and good discussion. And I am so impressed with the City Council and Mayor. Your learned experience about this whole issue, you come to the table with knowledge and experience, and you're asking the right questions. And so that gives me great confidence that you're going to make a good decision. One of the things that was pointed out was that there could be bottlenecks because contractors are just not there to do this work. And so, if we're going to work on policies that even mandate people to switch to electrical appliances and whatnot, we've got to have the supply chain, we've got to have the contractors. So, one of the questions was, what kind of stakeholder outreach needs to be added? What kind of stakeholders does staff need to reach out to? And I would think that the plumbing community, the contractors out there, really need to get on board. I checked on, in the staff report, there was a link to Switches On, and I checked it out. How many plumbing contractors are here in the city of San Luis Obispo that are signed on with a program that offers rebates? There's only one. And when I was doing my heat pump water heater, I had to go to Tascadero to find one. So we really need to get the plumbing community on board. And also, one of the things that I think 3C Rent is working with the plumber community is that they'll helping them get temporary gas water heaters to give to people that if they have a hot water heater go out, they can replace it temporarily while all the electrical stuff is done. So that's something that needs to be encouraged with the contractor community. And I think that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our final speaker is Eric Beam.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Eric Viam, resident of SLO, chair of the SLO Climate Coalition. First, I just want to really appreciate staff for all their efforts to continue advancing this important conversation for our city. To start with the end, we're asking that the council move staff's recommendation and that ultimately what we need to do is leave all of the options on the table and let the staff do the research, work with the stakeholders, and to come back with learning what we will over the next year. I think that's the most critical takeaway from my comments. Retrofitting existing buildings is going to be very difficult, and it needs to get done. There's tons of carrot available now, and we need to match that with the proper policy that allows us to drive this change in our community at a scale that makes a difference. And so that's why we need to leave every option on the table at this point. I think it's going to be really critical for our partners in realtors to be coming to the table from a place of curiosity and creativity in terms of how do we solve this problem together? This needs to get done. How do we do it together? Let's not start with a no. Let's start with a place of curiosity and thinking about how we can solve this problems and in meaningful ways that move us towards our common goal. A couple other things that I'll mention is highly encourage this idea of our 3CE integrated loan incentive program. That's gonna be really helpful to make this accessible, to minimize the cash flow impacts to people. Also, I want to share with the council something we're very excited about. We were just awarded a $300,000 grant from the California Air Resources Board to build a carbon concierge program so that we can partner with the city and more broadly the county to help simplify this process for people. So this is going to be a huge resource for us. And then finally, professionally, I'm a real estate investor who's also a climate guy. And so I have 2 properties that I've disconnected the gas meter to. I have on-the-ground lived experience about the amazing resources that we have and the challenges that we have. And so I'm personally coming from a place that understands that this can be done, that it's making a huge difference. My tenants in our front house love the new comfort that they're experiencing. I'm loving the lower utility costs that I'm experiencing through the retrofits. And so this can be done, this is doable, and we should do it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any other Zoom public comment?
No, there are not.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for all the public comment. Really appreciate it. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, what a rich discussion, starting with a really great staff presentation and a lot of great questions, and then, even additional really good thoughts and a variety of thoughts from our public comments. So, so much to really build off of on this. I'm going to go through my thoughts sort of in my own prioritization order and sort of the questions that I still have that remains. I'm generally supportive of all three of the initiatives, but I do have a lot of caveats and questions and things that I would love to see, since this is a study session and we're not really moving or voting on anything today. I just want to kind of discuss some of the concerns or things that I still see as potential things that we should look at. So the retro and alterations obviously seems like the most short-term thing. Will have some impact towards our goal, 2 to 4% towards reaching our 50% goal, but it's relatively small. It's sort of the low-hanging fruit, right? It's the thing that we can implement the soonest. But I do still have questions about it, mostly around, there was how do we decide how big the alteration is? Some of our public commenters mentioned this, if you're just remodeling a bathroom, for example, that doesn't seem, 25% or less of your home, that doesn't seem like a big enough alteration to require something that could be pretty costly. So what is that? What is that number? And I'd like to see it be something that makes sense and has some justification around it, rather than just, well, this city did this measure or this city chose this. I'd like it to be a measure that we're picking a number or a quantity of the house or a size of the project that has some data around it, and why we're choosing that as our required size or type of project, just so that it really makes sense as to why we're doing something and there's an explanation for that. Secondly, I think if I had my choice, mostly because of, again, sort of the bang for the buck and the impact that we can have on our climate change goals or our climate action goals, I would kind of prioritize the building performance, the time certain or the large building projects more than the time of sale, just because, number one, we can make the biggest impact towards our climate action goals and our GHG emissions with larger buildings, and that will somewhat cover some of those multifamily homes as well as big commercial spaces. I recognize that there's some barriers around pursuing that goal, and that there's some things happening at the state and federal level that might inhibit us or that might stop us from moving forward on that more quickly than we might like to. But because of the impact, that would sort of be my choice. And last but not least, I think the thing that seems the type of change, the time of sale, that seems the most difficult to implement are all the complications around the impacts to individual homeowners and buyers. I mean, it's some of our, even before tonight, those were some of the questions that I had. And I didn't ask a lot of questions about them in our discussion here tonight, because I know those are still things that we have to work out, and there's a lot of public input that we can get and further discussions that we can have with our property management community, our landlords, our renters, our homeowners, real estate agents, around like where would who would pay for the at the time of sale? Would it be buyers that would have to pay for the retrofits? Would it be sellers would it be a mix, a shared responsibility? And knowing how hard it is to buy or sell a property, and a lot of times people that are selling properties are moving out of the area or either to a more expensive place, or they're moving to a cheaper place because they can't even afford to live here already. So there's just a big individual impact that we need to kind of work through and figure out before I would feel comfortable with that option. And we had some examples in our agenda correspondence about how when you compare a home to the standard and how that would work. And I'm still a little bit foggy about how that would work. So I think that would have to be a lot more fleshed out and clearer to those who are going to be impacted by this. I think there was there's a getting blank looks. So there's a portion of the time of sale where you would create sort of a standard house that's similar to the one being sold, and it would sort of estimate how much energy is used in that property. And so I guess that's where I'm still a little bit confused as to how that would work, knowing especially too that individual homeowners use different levels of energy. So just wondering how an average or a standard would really be comparable or give you an indication of how much energy that house uses. Did you want to chime in there?
Thank you, Councilmember. The home energy score disclosure form does provide a comparison of the assessed home or the assessed home relative to homes in that area. In the case of the example we shared, that's provided by the Bay Area Regional Energy Network. So it's a number of counties up there that are the comparison points. But that's not used for regulatory purposes, as far as I'm aware. And so we would have the ability to, as we were researching the feasibility of how these options might work, if that idea came up, we would vet it. But it seems like that would be a complicated way to set policy.
Okay, so I guess I just kind of need to understand how that would actually impact the policy a little bit more.
So when we talked about the time of sale options that we've observed and that could be viable, on the one end would just be disclosure. So it would just be that form would be completed as part of the home inspection and would just be posted for transparency's sake. That form also has recommendations for potential improvements, as well as connections to incentives and rebates and contractor networks that are managed by that regional energy network. So it's more than just like the form you currently get from like the DOE from 1986. It's like a real thing that can be helpful, but that's the sort of lightest touch version of that. On the far other end, we heard some examples from our community members talking about whole home retrofits, replacing everything and capping the natural gas line. And that's not even a thing we can do based on our understanding. So that's, way far on the other side. And so our job will be where in the middle, is this lightest touch version feasible and effective? Is there something in the middle that's feasible and effective? And that's really what the research in front of us is.
Awesome, thank you for that explanation. So those are, I think, the things and my sort of prioritization of how I read the staff report, and in hearing the comment today, that's kind of how I would prioritize my thoughts and comments. Last but not least, I think we should reach out to the speaker that had a lot to say, and she seemed to have some expertise in this area, and it would be great to have her participate in the process somehow. And I will stop right there for now.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Good. Yeah, well, thank you again. This is really, it was a great staff report. I do have to say I did read it 3 times, and because it was very well done. It's just a whole lot that I did, get in my head. I think the near-term additions and alterations is something to explore and to look at, but it needs to be really, really surgically defined so that people don't freak out, because as we know, that's always something we wish to avoid. So. In terms of the, I think also evaluating different options. I agree with Councilmember Shoresman that the large building, you know, is really, it's the biggest impact, and I think it also would hopefully be something that the owners of these large buildings would be interested in, you know, because it's part of their maintenance. In terms of the point of sale, having relatively recently sold a home and figured out what the heck we needed to do to make it saleable, like replace a whole shower, for instance. When time came to go to our CPA and have our taxes done, we found out that everything we've done over the 35 years we were in that house to improve it and maintain it, and also the stuff we needed to do to get it ready for the market, it was all positive in terms of reducing our capital gains. So there's a tax angle to all of this that I don't know if you want to get a tax lawyer. I'm not one, but you know, get somebody to also look at the tax implications of these kinds of retrofits, because and to me, the energy rating at the time of sale would be a positive thing that the buyers would like to know. When you buy a house, well, what we did, and I have to say Donna Davis was our realtor, and she did a great job, was supply the utility bills to them, like just copies of, you know, like, this is how much we spent on electricity, so this is how much we spent on gas, this is what the water and sewer was, and like that, so that you're disclosing. Now, this was not required, but it was something we wanted to give the potential buyer as much information as possible. So when we then bought a house, we had to sign an aviation easement acknowledgement, and also an agricultural easement acknowledgement, because we're under where a lot of airplanes fly, and we're right next to a whole bunch of ag land. So to me, this energy rating at the time of sale would be another kind of disclosure. It isn't these add-on easements. Oh, also you have to notify somebody that you live within Zone 8 of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. Like, there's certain kinds of add-on that are specific to the actual unit that's being sold or purchased. And so I think something like that could be added on and would not be onerous. My question would be, who does the energy rating? Who actually would do it? Is this a self-disclosure thing? Or is this something that the city would, I don't know, you know, provide? Or, so that would be my question, but I don't think that would slow anything down. The actual requirement of physical renovations before, in the middle of a real property transaction. I also have to say I practiced real estate law for close to 30 years. That could also be like a monkey wrench in a transaction, so we don't want to do that. Nonetheless, having that information out there about the kinds of things that people could do to their the homes or the units they're going to sell to make it more attractive, you know, having solar panels, wow, maybe that's something that makes it attractive. So there's a, you know, to me, that it's a larger, there's a whole bunch of larger considerations. So vehemently opposing any point of sale at all, I think, is a mistake. but I would stay away from anything that could disrupt a real property transaction. In terms of our rental population, we used to get notices in the electric bills when we wrote checks and didn't pay things automatically. And I do think the city should figure out a way to also do these notices in electric bills, water and sewer bills, electronically as well. Right now, we just get a statement, okay, you paid your bill. But that's a way that you can get whoever pays the utilities, the renters, right, the tenants, they might benefit from having information that they can pass on to their landlords and say, hey, these programs exist if they're interested. Now, the tenants are not going to pay for the heat pump or whatever like that. It would be the owner of the unit. It would be their responsibility, but they might not know about it. So that would be one thing. And the other thing is that, again, with the business licenses, people who do own rental units as a business have to have a business license, and that would be also a way that we could get the word out to the landlords that these incentive programs and the concierge program, or whatever we want to say, that exists. So I think that would be helpful. And then my question about the historical, about just taking into account the fact that some of these structures are, we need to, as it said in the staff report, not have a one-size-fits-all. So some sort of sliding scale of, feasibility. You need to be really practical. So I think that's all I had. Let me just check my copious notes here. And yeah. No, that is, let's see. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of the comments, feedback, and questions from my fellow council members, and actually echo everything that they've said so far. I think we've heard tonight, and from you all too, in your presentation, that there are significant barriers and concerns to some of these programs, and we heard in public comments and questions from folks tonight. And I don't want to minimize at all the potential pitfalls or impacts, especially to our housing market. I think that's front of mind for all of us up here. I don't mean to speak for them, but we talk a lot about making sure that housing is affordable and accessible to folks in town, and we don't want to do anything that would get in the way of that. But also in the back of my mind, and I think one of our commenters kind of got at this, that every gas appliance that's installed is going to be around for a decade plus. And we can't lose sight of the fact that every day, every month, every year that goes by that we're not taking action on this is another couple decades that we're saddled with this antiquated technology that is really getting in the way of not only just our local goals, but in getting ahead of climate change in general. I think a lot of my fellow council members already got at a lot of the stuff that I wanted to bring up. I know that you have this lens of affordability and inclusion, and so I really trust that moving forward with these three different options that you've presented to us tonight, that you're going to be really weighing the data, and you're going to be taking into account all of the public feedback and outreach that you're doing, and making sure that whatever policies you bring back to us maintain that lens. And I trust that that's what you've done so far with all of the presentations that you've brought to us. And we have all of these carrots that exist already. So it's figuring out, as we talked about tonight, how do we package those carrots? How do we create that concierge? How do we leverage this amazing award that you all just got in order to make sure that we're not only getting the folks who are ready and eager to do this, but also the folks who have less accessibility to be able to do this. Also aware of staff bandwidth, and I know we keep talking about like, why don't we just expand the concierge, which would be great, but there's only so much that you all can do. So I think, as a lot of our commenters brought up, we need to get creative with our partnerships and making sure that we're taking advantage of a lot of the structures that already exist out there to find folks who are willing to help to make this happen in our community. I loved a lot of the different suggestions around, 3CE loan programs and exploring some more of those options there. Like both Councilmember Shoresman and Councilmember Marks mentioned, number 3 really feels like it's the biggest bang for the buck. I know that that's a year out and there are going to be challenges there too, but looking at your numbers from the presentation, we're estimating about 150 large buildings in town. That feels like kind of a perfect place for us to focus those types of concierge services and tap into the local, state, federal incentives and really tackle that big, heavy problem right away. I know easier said than done. So we've got a year of research out ahead of us on all these things. So I don't want to take anything off of the table at this point, with keeping in mind that we don't want to do anything that would be disruptive to our local housing market, get in the way of people being able to buy and sell homes. I will leave it there in favor of you continuing to move ahead with research on all 3 of these items.
Awesome. Thank you so much to my colleagues and all of your input, and thank you to staff for the presentation, and not just a presentation, but all of the time it's taken to put into this presentation. My thought always, I'm sorry, I have to go back to the first page here, I'm 5 pages in. My first thought is always looking at equity as far as low income, and I know that this is already in your lens, and you've talked about today in your presentation, and just remembering again that reimbursement doesn't help everyone, so I'm just going to say it again, and I just want to think about the positive changes we're trying to make with retrofitting existing buildings and the potential unintended consequences, and that we are thinking of both at the same time. So we're ahead of the game versus going, oh, wow, that was a surprise. I know this, I don't think it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, but I am very concerned around the first section of in December through March, and then we're ready to move forward in the next discussion in council and having an ordinance discussion. That seems way too quick based on the community engagement that still needs to happen. And so that just concerned me a little bit. And then later there was that 1 year. So I mean, the 1 year made sense. It seemed like there was plenty of time to engage community members, engage different sectors of the community, and be able to actually get to the place where we learn about other people that we didn't even know about today. So I'm really concerned about coming back in March, April, and not having enough time to really communicate with people. As far as the large buildings, that definitely makes the most sense, and I appreciate what you're saying, that we have a lot of larger buildings coming online in the next couple of years, so it would be good to have discussions there. I am curious too, when Councilmember Marks, you're talking about who's responsible for those scorecards. 3CE, is it PG&E, is it us as a city? Like, how does that work? I'm really curious to find out more, and I'm sure you all will, so I'm just looking forward to that time. And sorry, I gotta move. And I appreciate the concept of moving fast. I definitely hear you, the speaker, and as well as Councilmember Francis, that appliance is stuck there for the next 10 years. But I've also experienced this last year, us as a city moving a little too fast sometimes on issues. And that has then created just more work for city staff and more frustration for the community. And so I want to balance that moving fast and also what capacity we have to do that. So that's what I'm thinking about there. I think most of the key engagement groups we've talked about, and I agree, Councilmember Shoresman, I believe it was Leslie Halls, it's part of the Property Owners and Business Owners Association. I mean, maybe that association is one of the additional groups that we meet with. The other thing is, we've also had community members that are renters come here and say that they didn't feel that their property owners, their property management is listening to them. And that's why I mentioned the renters, is because how do we get to the renters as well? And they may not be putting in the heat pump, that would be the owner in theory. But then I've also known quite a few people that say, oh, great, my renters have been there for 7 years, they're doing it all themselves, they're making all the changes themselves, and so it's great for both the tenants and the owners, but then they're not gonna be involved in that process, and so then how does that work with a retro electrification? Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm getting everything that I wrote down. And as far as, I hear kind of the two sides of let's lead with curiosity and let's not stop real estate sales. So I think there's definitely something we have to think about with that scale is we're already in a really tight housing market. And so we're not trying to stop that supply from continuing its tiny trickle flowing forward, but at the same time, how can we get creative? And I think just trying to make sure we keep thinking of different ideas. And that concierge service obviously is one of those. So exciting about the Air Review Board Award and our 1 in 40 award, lots of great things there. And I just want to continue to talk about education. It seems to be one of our largest challenges of we don't know quite how to engage all the different portions of the community. And then we're seeing that in many different ways. And so how will this be any different is, my concern. And just going back to Councilmember Shoresman's comments around what is that moment that then says with an alteration or addition that says we have to move forward, is it obviously not changing your floor out, but maybe sometimes it is, because maybe that one little bit of floor is actually doing so much more work that we don't know about. So I don't know what that looks like, but probably not the floor, but just trying to figure out what does that look like to the point that it doesn't stop people from actually taking care of their homes as well, because that's a concern. And then you get to the point where at the end someone couldn't afford it all, and then what you're left with is falling apart. So I want to be careful of we're not almost creating substandard housing by the fact that people are not able to fix things without being triggered into having to retrofit and pay a lot more. So just looking at how does that work is, I think, going to be important. So I think my colleagues have covered most of the rest of it, so I won't continue on, but I agree with a lot of what my colleagues have been saying, and excited to look forward to what this looks like for the retrofit, and also not unduly burden people at the same time in our community. I mean, this is when we talked about building electrification on new construction, this was one of the biggest concerns that came right after that, or with those same comments of, oh my gosh, I'm not going to be able to afford that in my house. And so what does that look like? It's just something we have to continue to talk about. Vice Mayor Marks?
Yeah, I'm just curious if you have all the information that you need. Is there anything that council's left out or ignored, or, we're here tonight to give you the direction that you need, and so do you feel you have it, or is there anything more to address?
I think Councilmember Shoresman had one more thing.
Yeah, okay.
Great. And then we'll go to City Manager Johnson.
Yep, just one last thing that I wanted to mention here. We talked about it in our earlier briefing, but around the discussion of alterations, ADUs, how would ADUs fit into any kind of policy, whether they are additions to the existing household, or would there be any requirements around ADUs that are being added to the property as separate units? Just wanted to bring that up as something maybe to address for clarification in whatever comes forward later.
City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And maybe I could ask Deputy City Manager Herman just to try to summarize. We've got a lot of comments. I just want to make sure we're working on what your expectations are, and so we've got a lot in front of us, so we want to make sure there's not any sort of effort that comes back and and we kind of hit the mark with the council. So
I'd be happy to. I'll say there's a lot of detailed comments, and I know that we took notes to make sure that we've got those, but I just wanted to sort of reflect what I felt like I heard in terms of the general direction that we received. Let me know if we got it right. But it's to move forward with all three options that were recommended, in particular to return with an ordinance for additions and alterations with reasonable exemptions, including for listed historic properties, and definitions for applicability that are reasonable considering the size and scale of the home and project being recommended. And that we also evaluate the timeline for that work, given the feedback that we received with respect to different groups to perform outreach with. That we prioritize research and outreach on the building performance standard approach over the time of sale, but that we also continue research and outreach on time of sale with a focus on options that do not significantly impact the transaction process. And then our expectation is that we would return to the council a year from now in December of 2024 with another study session similar to this to have further discussion on both time of sale and building performance standard to review the feedback we've received, the additional research we've been able to perform, and receive direction from council at that time about any programs to be implemented.
That sounds about right to me. Anything missed? Councilmember Francis?
Just a.
Oh, sorry, Vice Mayor. Sorry, it was Vice Mayor next. I apologize. Go ahead, Vice Mayor. You're done? Okay. Councilmember Francis.
It was just
You have to press the button again. Thank you.
Just a very quick point of clarification on one of your final points there, that you'd be coming back in a year with another study session, and then, I'm sorry, the timeline after that for potential implementation would be to be determined depending on whatever the programming. Okay, correct. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Marks? Nope. City Manager Johnson?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, Deputy City Manager Herman did a great job. The only last piece is the ADU piece. We'll make sure that we clarify and distinguish between new ADU construction and retrofit of ADUs, if I think I was following your comments, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I guess I was just in both new and, for example, if you're adding an ADU or onto your existing building, would that take into account, how would that figure into the calculation of the size of the property? Would there be any requirements around separate ADUs also? So I guess kind of both.
And does that trigger retrofitting the entire front building or whatever other buildings on?
Right, yeah, I guess I would look for, recommendations for consideration on both remodeling existing ADUs or additions too. Does that make sense?
I think we can get to that with the definitions for applicability, whether it's to the, I think it would likely be towards the unit that we're speaking to, so that we would likely distinguish between the two different units because they are separate living units.
Thank you. And then question on the timeline. So we're still talking about an alterations ordinance before the next study session a year from now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That was your question?
That was my question.
Okay. Okay, I think we have everything we can possibly give to you at this time. If there's anything else, of course, feel free to come back and we'll go from there. Well, thank you. And lastly, all we have is the liaison reports and communications. Councilmember Francis.
We'll just dive right in here. So going back to November, on November 16th, they had a Nacimiento Commission quarterly meeting. Some updates that our repair to the pipeline is taking longer than anticipated, but we're moving ahead on the short-term repairs, so that should get us back up and running while we work on what's going to be a much longer project to get the permanent repairs out of the flood zone there. Also had a CAPSLO Board of Directors meeting same day, and I believe we all were at the ribbon cutting, groundbreaking, sorry, for the new cultural arts parking structure, and also the parade together. So there we are.
Awesome, thank you. I'll go ahead and just share that I went to the, I always want to say league, but Cal Cities League of Leaders Conference. We had about 50 plus people. And it was from, all the state, and trying to figure out what our priorities are for this next year in 2024. Of course, how do we talk about some of the ballot issues and learning legislation updates, as well as, since I am now the Channel Counties Division President, went to the board orientation for the board for next year. Also, back in November, seems like so far away, went to the county mayor meeting, and that was in Morro Bay. We learned a lot about the otters. It was really great, and Respect the Nap is the key logo. If you see an otter napping, please let them nap, because they spend most of their time eating and then needing the energy to sleep. So it was quite an interesting presentation. Also got to learn more about the off-campus housing needs, as well as the renter certificate, by speaking with the off-campus housing director for Cal Poly, helping the students understand their rights and their responsibilities both. Got to attend the Centennial Rotary Dinner, and that was quite an amazing experience. And then the artist talk of Elisa, I'm going to mess up her last name, Sikelianos Carter. And so if you haven't been to the SLOMA yet, go check out her artwork. It is amazing. I'm always just a fan of the 3D art, this giant. It's wild. And then I've been having a lot of discussions. In fact, I'll be having a couple more this week around the impact that families are experiencing from the conflict in Israel and Gaza, and the Hamas terrorism, as well as the Palestinians, and just the fact that there's just so much more education that we need in our community to understand what's happening in this conflict. And I think there's a panel, educational panel that's happening for Palestinians on Saturday, so encourage people to check that out, as well as there have been some amazing slow Hillel educational panels happening on the Cal Poly campus, but it's been open to the entire community, so really interesting. And then we'll be lighting the menorah on Thursday, tomorrow, so I hope you'll all join me. Thank you so much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Francis, for mentioning the groundbreaking and the parade. Great events, and good to see so many people out at the holiday parade taking advantage of the free parking. It was a good crowd. Also attended the Plaza tree lighting on Black Friday, which was a really good event with some youth singers and very festive, and the cute little that flipped the switch with the mayor. Also attended the HSOC committee meeting on the 15th of November, where we had a really informative, detailed presentation by my colleague at the county, Star Graber, about all the new things that are happening in the behavioral health department, and new programs that they're hoping to bring online, some paid for through the new CalAIM and Medi-Cal initiatives that are happening. So a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that's still sort of visionary that I don't know is, quite ready for sort of shovels in the ground, but is kind of hoped for on the horizon. Also attended the CMC Advisory Committee meeting on the 17th, and sort of the big topic at those meetings right now are the closure of the West facility and the movement of a lot of staff. They've done a really good job of trying to schedule retirements and moves of a lot of the staff, the correctional officers, to other prisons, so that there hasn't been a lot of job loss, but we probably have lost some San Luis Obispo residents as they move to other places in order to keep their positions, and then just some discussion about, as they move prisoners elsewhere, what they're planning to do with the facility and create some more rehabilitative programs and do some gardening and sort of improvements to the property to make it a better environment for those who remain, as well as providing tablets and things like that that provide more educational opportunities and ways for them to visit their family. And so there's a lot of technology that they're starting to implement there, which will be good, I think, for all involved. Also went to the SLOMA First Friday event that was actually on Thursday last week, to see the art exhibit there. Great new, all the rooms have turned over, and so it's good to see all of that. And then also looking forward to the SLO Palestinian Festival on Saturday as well. So hopefully we'll see a lot of the community out there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yes, on the 15th of November, I had the pleasure of attending the Climate Coalition meeting because Andy Pease was unable to make it. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. Because Michelle Shorsman couldn't make it. Well, one of you guys couldn't make it, and I did, and it was really great. One of the good things about it was that Chris Reed was featured, and he basically gave a kind of a sort of a recap of what he was going to do tonight. So it was actually good to know about that. Then the groundbreaking for the Cultural Arts District parking structure on the 28th. On the 29th, I attended the Air Pollution Control District meeting and got some really good news, okay? Finally. Usually, when I go to the Air Pollution Control District meeting, I don't know what's going to happen, and often it's very contentious. But this time it wasn't, because what's happened is that this is the third year that some of the remediation measures in the Oceano Dunes, the vegetation's been growing for 3 years, and so they've actually they've been able to measure the effect of the mitigations that they've kind of forced, that the Air Pollution Control District has kind of forced the state parks to make, and it's working, and the data is there. And so the other good news, as far as I'm concerned, is that they shut down 300-acre portion of the riding area, which is the snowy plover breeding ground. In the past, they only shut it down during the nesting period, and then they opened it up for another period, and then a lot of the eggs would get run over and the birds would get run over. Anyway, so now they're not going to open it up at all, this 300-acre. And so that's another. They're measuring the pollution the dust pollution has also gone down because there's a smaller riding area. So anyway, that was really uplifting. And then I've been contacted by some residents who are putting together a group called, I believe, the Rent Coalition. I'm not sure the exact title, but they are interested in trying to get some kind of tenants union or tenants organization going in the city. And I'm communicating with them, but so far haven't been able to actually go to any meetings. And on the 9th, this is something that's coming up on the 9th of December, but I think it's really exciting. And that's the Profumo Creek Restoration Project at City Farm SLO. They're going to be planting trees in the portion of the creek where the non-native vegetation's been removed. And they're also building a bike path. So it's, I think, part of the Bob Jones Trail. I'm not sure exactly what it connects up to, but they definitely been working with Bob Hill and city staff to make sure that it will connect. So this is the portion of the land owned, leased by City Farm Slow that is on the other side of the creek from the agricultural, so it's between Target and the creek. And so now it's gonna be a pedestrian and a bicycle path. And they've had a truck in there, and you know, it's gonna be paved essentially, so that's all I have for now, thanks.
Awesome, thank you. Anything for you? Okay, well, that's, oh, Councilmember Francis, so sorry.
I would be remiss not to mention that we got to host the State Coastal Conservancy here in our City Hall chambers on the 30th, and it was a really amazing opportunity. They go all over the state to host their meetings, and it was such an honor for us to be able to host them here. So wanted to make sure I didn't leave that out.
Of course, that's great, thank you. I also forgot to mention when I mentioned I went to the Cal Cities event, the conference, it was paid for by the city, so. All righty, well, I guess that's the end of our meeting and our year, so I guess happy holidays. See you next year.